I already have a viewer. Holy shit. Okay. What's up? So, if you were here for the last one, the blue one, it's now completed. I had to, took me a while to figure out how to get the stack in there the way I needed to with all the spacing and everything. I had to use some extra long screws that didn't come with the kit, and then I had to grind them down to fit the top plate. But I got it all in there, and it's pretty nice. I've powdered it up. I have not configured anything. That'll be another video, I'm thinking. So yeah, I did put power to it. It powers up. The receiver that was in here came from another quad, so I already have that bound to my radio. And it's been a while since I bound a TBS Crossfire. So this one that I'm putting in here tonight is brand new and never been bound, so we'll be setting that up eventually if we make it that far. But I already got this one prepped. Hold on, let me gotta switch my camera around. Oops. There we go. So here's the red one. It's the second one, and I've already got it prepped, unlike what I did for the other one. So got the motors in, got no resistance on the motors, so everything's good there. I've got the ESC in, battery leads on, capacitor, and now we are going to start soldering motor leads, and then start putting the stack together. And since I've already figured it out with the blue one, I will keep the blue one sitting right here as a reference, so I can hopefully speed this up just a little bit faster, get a little bit more done a little bit quicker than the last time. And anyways, so there's that, and let's get started. Like I said, I already started. I've been messing around in here off and on all day. I had to get my other one. I haven't flown in a few days, and I had to get my other one up and ready so I could fly. I needed to fly, and man, after a few days of no stick time, it was like I was learning how to fly again. Geez. All right, so on my other one, I went around the post with the wires, and it didn't really cause an issue, but I don't think I want to do this. I don't want to come up from the side, come over like that, although that's not a completely terrible idea, but at the same time, it's not a great idea. So I think I will just keep it. Damn it, I don't want to do that, but that's the way I'm going to do it. I'm going to wrap it around the post. Fuck it. I already got it all figured out like that, so I guess that's what I'll do. Let's get started. Wrap these down. I was actually trying to have this soldered up to the ESC before I started, so we could start from there, but I didn't make it that far before I started, so we'll just rock it. Just go with it. At least I'm further than I was last time. So almost essentially picking up where we left off on the blue one, I think. I think on the blue one, I had the ESC soldered in and was messing around with the stack, trying to figure that out before I gave up and called it a night at like 2 o'clock in the morning after like a 6-hour live stream. So yeah, now I got to work tomorrow night. So in order for me to get back on schedule, I got to stay up because I had a 3-day weekend. I always have a 3-day weekend every other week, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Then every other week I work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So this was my Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. And I tend to maintain a daytime schedule with my family. When I'm off, I mix it up a little bit, though. So, I mean, that's not entirely true. I do mix it up. But there's nights I stay up all night. So on Sunday nights or any night before I go back to work, I have to stay up the night before so that I can sleep the next day. I usually wake up around 2 or 3 and leave my house at 5 to go to work. I work about 10 minutes from my house, so Usually clock in about 5:30, and I am clocking out at 6:15 in the morning. And I do it all over again, but I have a weird schedule, 2-2-3, if anybody's familiar with that. 2 days on, 2 days off, 3 days on, 2 days off, 2 days on, 3 days off. It's a pretty cool schedule. I literally only work half the month. Like I think it comes to like 17 days out of the month. And but I work 12-hour shifts. So one week I get 36 hours. The next week I get 48 hours. So I get 8 hours overtime to make up for the 6 hours I was short for the week before. It works out. And like I said, it's a pretty cool schedule because it affords you time to do things. Although working the night schedule kind of messes that up because you have to flip-flop back and forth. But at any rate, I make it work. So, all right, now we're going to start soldering the ESC motor leads in. You can see I got some pretty shiny solders this time on the ESC. Of course, they were a little shiny last time. I'm using different solder flux paste, and I think it's a little bit better. It's this greasy stuff, and I bought it from, I think it may have came with my soldering iron that I bought off Amazon. And at any rate, it seems to work pretty good. It's a little gooey, but I just slather some on. What I do is, let me see, I'll cut my wire leads. So I think that's what we'll do first. This time I'll go ahead, I will cut all the wire leads to length first. Do that first. Then I'll tin everything. Maybe. That might not be the best plan of attack because I need my wires to stay put. So I think, dang it. Yeah, no, we can do this. I did my motors and my race wire a little bit differently this time. I mean, I did it the same, but the process I did a little bit differently and sped it up. It didn't take me anywhere near as long this time as it did the other night. Okay, now we go for the third one. Nice and neat. Wrap it around. Bring it over to this motor lead, or this, and snip. All right. Same thing here. Just doing a cascading effect. You know, the first wire around. Bring it over to the first pad. And snip it right where it needs to be soldered. I'm trying to leave some, see the slack I'm trying to leave in it right here. So I have something to work with. Hold on, my girlfriend just texted me and asked me if I wanted to do something, but she doesn't know I'm live streaming. All right, cool. Sorry about that. All right. She wanted me to run my daughter somewhere. I'm like, ooh, I didn't know you wanted me to do that. She'll probably get mad at me now. Oh well. Okay. Trying to keep my hands out of the way, but man, that's hard. I may still have to, when I go to strip these and solder them, I may have to make minor adjustments to the lengths, but that's okay. Yeah, that one I snipped a little bit long. So that one I can cut right there. Cut that one. Boom. Now the third one. Get down in there. It's got to be tight around the, somewhat tight around that nut, because, what kind of spacer do I put in there? Do I put another spacer in there? Yeah, put another rubber O-ring on top of that, so that'll be okay. All right, cool. So there's that. Snip that right there. Bryceley, is that you? Is that you watching, dude? I know you were watching me the other night. I had somebody on there almost all night. I didn't know who it was, but you just told me today it was you. You watched until you fell asleep. I only had no more than 3 people at a time. Everybody was, whoever came in and out. I didn't have a viewer for any more than 25 minutes at a time, but that's okay. I'm not Joshua Bardwell. I'm Joshua Springer. And you might teach me something. All right, dude. Thanks. Appreciate you hanging out, man. You're the only one in here right now. But, hey, again, maybe I got bad timing. I don't know. Joshua Bardwell usually, what time does he go on Sundays? Oh, he does it early on Sunday. That's right. That's why I chose to go later. I didn't want to try, I don't want to like try to be competing with his timeline. But again, I didn't really have, I don't have a large base of followers, so I have like 37 subscribers. Oh, look, a second person. Yay. Well, if you're just joining, thanks. So if you were here the other night and saw the process of the blue one we finished, or I finished finally, I had to do it off. You know, I ended up having to finish it off of a live stream, but I got it. It took me a good while to figure some things out with it, but I did. So I got that ready to go. And then, like I said, I tried to prep this as much as I could before I started, or at least almost in the same area. And that's a rough cut. That might be a little long. All right. This is in the way. So what I did to mount my ESC the way it needs to be mounted, it is soft mounted. I had to use these longer screws because the ones they provide just aren't quite long enough. I've got one rubber O-ring, one gummy spacer, you know, that they provide with the stack, then a plastic nut. The clear plastic nuts, that was another issue I was having the other night. Those clear plastic nuts that they provided, they're great for spacers, but one of the issues I was having was everything was just a little bit too high. So I decided to check one of these black ones that I have up against one of the clear ones, and the black ones were skinnier. They weren't as thick. So I'm like, hey, you know, they weren't as tall. So I used those, and those helped out quite a bit because it took the space. It gave me the spacing I need without too much spacing. So then what I'm going to do, once we start putting a stack on here, I'll put another rubber O-ring on top of the little plastic nut, and then I will take these blue ones, and I have to cut half of that off. I have to cut half of that off, and it gives me the perfect spacing that I need. And then I'll put the FC on with a rubber O-ring and the blue grommet that goes inside the FC. Then I'll add another 2 O-rings on top of that. And then in my VTX will go on with plenty of space, with, you know, air movement and stuff like that. So not a bad deal. It worked out. All right, now I got to start stripping. and tinning, and I probably need to cut these back off. Man, I go through a lot of zip ties doing shit like this. I guess I could have taped those on, but that's all right. It's like a millimeter. About all you need, maybe 2 at the most. I'm not exactly sure how far a millimeter is, but I know it's roughly that much right there. Oh, that's a couple millimeters there. Oh well, it should be okay because I think that one might have been a little long. And I just take this paste, dunk the wire in it. Bam. My iron's already on and hot. It's set to 417 right now C, which is 783F. And I have a fat chisel tip on here. And these things, copper sponge, very nice thing to have for soldering. It's better than a wet sponge. Put a little bit of solder on the tip. Touch the wire. Solder just soaks right in. All right. There's that one. Go ahead and get that one on. All right, I got a little, looks like I might have it a little bit longer than what I need to. Nope, not by the time I pull all the slack out of it. Okay, that's perfect. So what I'll do again is take that little tinned wire. I will dip it in the paste again. I'll do that for all of them. So I don't want to keep repeating myself. I'm going to do that for all of them, although I'm going to be repeating myself 3, 6, 9, 12 times. So all right, you got to be ambidextrous to do this shit. All right, it took. I am having a little bit of a hard time with my soldering. My solder joints they're not bad, but they're not. I can't make them look pretty like so many other guys. But that's a good joint. It flowed in there. It's just not shiny. I don't get it, but it's a good joint. It's not a cold joint. All right, I'll try to keep talking. Just don't want to keep repeating everything that I already told you guys. But yeah, this is definitely already going a little bit faster than. Wow! Oh, damn it! Yeah. See, you really need 3 hands to do this shit. Problem is when I hold it down with my finger like that, the tip of it wants to kind of poke up, and so when I hit it with the solder and it pushes down and it pops back up. It's not beautiful, but it is a good joint, and it's still shiny. So I will keep moving forward. And I am going to have to snip the tip of that off. It's just a little bit too long. You can already see I'm getting, well, you might not be able to see it, but I can. I'm getting solder paste on the on the ESC on the MOSFET. So as soon as I get done, I have to alcohol bathe them. So get that all cleaned up. Who else is in here? Make yourself known. Say hi. What's up? I had another guy in here the other night. His name was Taco. He was from Mexico, and the dude hung out for a good long time and talked to me, and it was pretty cool. He was a good dude. There we go. It'll stay like that. Right there. No bridging. Spin the motor. No resistance. I cannot do a continuity test between these because, as you know, or you may not know, I will tell you again, the wires are internally connected in the motor, so you will get continuity in between them. Just take a magnifying glass and double check to make sure that there is no bridging in between. If there was bridging in between, I do believe, let's see, we can test this theory real quick. So if there was bridging in between any of these, see how the motor spins free? Let's touch these and see what happens. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's going to make a liar out of me. There it is. It's all stiff. Okay, you guys can't see that. It did not make a liar out of me. It's stiff. It won't spin. I mean, it spins, but not freely. It's tight, has resistance. Very obvious resistance. Now it spins. So that's how I know there's no bridge there, for sure. I mean, besides the fact that I can see it, there's no bridge. So that's one down. I'm going to put my zip tie back on. So Bryce Lee, when you punctured that battery, did it scare you? I haven't done it yet, so, and I have. All of these that are bad in one way or another. I gotta cut all the leads off of them. Some of the batteries were still good, but like this one here, I just needed a new balance lead, but I didn't have any. I didn't fuck with it. The battery was good. It's not good now because it's been sitting semi-charged for a while now. Same thing with the rest of these. They're just all like I lost a cell, and it was taking forever to charge. And I decided there was one of them that I decided it did not need to be charged anymore because I did not want it to catch fire or anything. Actually, there's a couple of them. For some reason, they just lose a cell. I don't know why. It happens. All right, that one's good. I think I'm going to go ahead and tenon solder one at a time instead of trying to do all three. It does make it a little bit more difficult to deal with. And take another little dab. Dude, I'm gonna buy a flux pen. What's up, Taco? Still won't be a drone with each hand. Well, hey, check it out, dude. I did finish it. I finished it. It took me a while. I had to, man, I can't tell you how many times I put it together and took it apart. And then when I got all done, I was sitting there thinking, oh yeah, it's all done, and I forgot to put my buzzer in. So I went back and I put my buzzer in. It was the first time I installed a buzzer, and it was pretty easy. It works. I have not configured anything, so I don't have anything, switches and stuff set up on this yet, although that particular receiver is bound to my radio already. Spooked me a bit, yeah. I bet, man. I bet, because I've seen people do it. I haven't done it myself, but I will, I think. I wished, I'm an electrician, but those batteries kind of scare me a little bit, and I wished I would have thought to take them apart. And that's what I'm going to do with my next battery that goes bad. I'm going to take it apart and try to salvage whatever cells I can for like a goggle battery or something like that, because I only have 2 goggle batteries, and trying to keeping those things charged is, I mean, it ain't terrible, but the one charges only by USB, and oh my god, it takes for freaking ever. It's the Fat Shark battery that comes with your goggles. It doesn't have the 18650s. It's a lithium battery, and it charges with the USB. I don't like that joint. I'm going to add a little bit of flux paste to it. I'm going to dab the soldering tip with solder. And I'm going to hold that down or it will come off. Dab the soldering iron with solder. And it should pull that in from the soldering iron, I hope. There we go. All right. Let me take a look at that one. Much better. All right. I like that. Cool. I'm glad you came back, Taco. I was wondering if you'd show back up or not. Brycely, I've been helping Brycely with some stuff here lately, so he's kind of been supporting me, which is awesome. I mean, support by watching my videos and whatnot, and takes my advice when he needs it. And Brycely, just so you know, man, keep up doing what you're doing, dude. Watch as many videos as you can. Keep doing it, man, and you'll before you know it, you'll be helping people too, man. And it's pretty. I was apprehensive about doing it first because I wasn't confident in my knowledge and skills. But then as time went on and I experienced things, and I've seen so many different posts on Facebook of problems and possible outcomes, from people trying to help other people, that I learned a lot, and then it started building up my confidence, and I started answering questions for people, and then it just took off from there, and now I'm doing. Well, this is only my second live stream. I may consider doing more. Not real sure. Like I said, with my schedule, it affords me plenty of time to do shit like this. Like if I ever wanted to become a full-time YouTuber, I could. In the meantime, still keep my job. Oops, I did not. Did I put? I don't remember if I put paste on it. Let's do it again just in case. And then, of course, I finger fuck it. So, all right. I'll get a little bit of solder. I need a third hand. I'll put a little bit of solder on there and then hit it. Bam, it smashed right down. And that joint is a really good joint, but it's got a nipple on it. Can't have a nipple. I'm just going to cut that off. I could. Yeah, that's perfect. You guys can't even see, but I'll cut it off. Looks great. I could have hit it with the soldering iron again, but then, every time you do that, then something always happens and you got to fuck with it again. So, all right, those wires are all pretty dang good. I cut those ones like right on. Yeah, that paste seems to work a little better than the other stuff I was using. This ain't bad. It does the trick, but for some reason, I feel like the paste works a little bit better. It is a little bit messier though, I feel, because this stuff's like greasy feeling, and that other stuff, it's more like, I don't know how to explain it. It's not greasy feeling. Oops, damn it. Fucking moved on me. Bitch. So, I know this is a little bit boring, a little bit tedious, but hey, look, we're done with, about to be done with 2 ESCs, and we're 31 minutes into it. Well, all right, those are nice looking, pretty decent solder joints. They're not beautiful, but they're nice. I'm not Mr. Steel. Hell, even Joshua Bardwell can't solder that good. I've seen his solder joints. He just slaps shit together and uses fucking red tape and, you know, whatever else, but he's the guru, right? Oops. All right, so yeah, I'll probably do another video. I was thinking anyways, I haven't made up my mind 100% yet, but I do think I want to do another video of the configuration, or at least how I'm going to configure my quads. Unless I get impatient, because I did get my other one flying. Now I'm calling it the Purple People Leader, the one-eyed, one-horned Purple People Leader. That is a song. You can look it up. I remember hearing it when I was a kid. I asked my girlfriend about it. She had no clue what I was talking about. But I did the same thing on here. I had to replace the motors the other day, and I put these new purple props on. It already had purple. I already had, you know, purple TPU for it, and I've always try to keep purple props for it. But I ran out of purple props, and I finally got some more. And I put the purple race light LEDs on it. It's pretty cool. And these are the Emax Eco 2 motors as well, but these are the 2400 kV because this is 4S, and it rips pretty good. That's why I didn't get to fly for a couple of days, because that one was down. And today I had to hurry up and get those all soldered up so that I could fly for a little while. Man, I was going through some withdrawal there. I remember when I first started, and I bought it was a Whoop, tiny Whoop. It was the Beta FPV Meteor 75 Advanced Kit. It was a pretty cool little kit. Now, I know that Beta FP, at the time, I didn't know this, but I know that Beta FPV has issues. And fortunately for me, when mine came, it worked. I didn't have any issues with it at all. And then I flew it. I flew it in acro, because I'd flown FPV before, but twice, and both times, one time was with a screen, and the other time was with a pair of Fat Shark goggles that I had. This was back in 2014, and I don't remember what model Fat Shark goggles were available back then. I would still have them if my house didn't burn down, but the first time I wore goggles and flew, I ended up in a tree, and I think it was because of the latency between in the video, because my video camera, my FPV camera, was the GoPro. So the GoPro was connected to the VTX, and that's how I flew it. I think that's how it worked at first. I don't know. At least that's how it worked for me at first. That's how I did it. And it worked, but there was some latency. You on their beach. All right, let's take a look at that. It's not a very good joint. I'm not too happy with that. I'm going to slap a little bit of flux on that. And I will put another dab of solder on the soldering iron. And hit it again. Hopefully it'll suck it in and cover it the way I want it to. Looks like it did. Oh yeah, that greatly improved it. Cool. So, dang, I thought I cut that one short for a second there. I just about freaked out. Can you guys still hear me? My girlfriend just sent me a text and said the internet is out. I have an internet connection. Are we still connected? Can somebody answer? Did I lose you guys? Anybody? Still here? All right, good. Well, I wonder what happened to the internet. See, when you go to pull away and the solder pulls with it like that, that's a heating issue. And I don't know why I'm having a heating issue. I am plenty hot enough. And a big fat tip. Should be just fine. And again, my soldering iron is the this thing I got from Amazon. It's actually not a bad soldering iron. I had like some credit at Amazon, and because I got their credit card, when I got their credit card, it gave me like so much credit like to use towards stuff, and so I used that credit for that soldering iron, and I ended up only paying like $20 for it. I think it was like a $60 soldering iron, and I paid like $20 for it. And I got the Asurian protection for it. So I figured for another $5, why not? And so far, it's been a good iron. Although my tips all of a sudden are starting to oxidize. I'm not real sure why or how to fix it. That's something I have to YouTube myself and learn what to do. But I didn't want to do that before doing this in case I messed something up, messed my tips up. All right, that's a pretty good joint. And so I didn't want to mess with anything just yet. I heard somebody suggest the other day to sand to someone else to sand their tip, and I'm not sure that's the right thing to do, and I didn't want to just do that before I find out if that's okay or not. I have done that in the past, but I've been soldering for a long time, but I'm not, I'm not a pro at all. I mean, I know how to solder, but I know when in my electrical class, when we came down to that portion where we had to solder, we had to take wire and build a house out of it and solder all the joints. And I knew what I was doing. Everybody else in the class, well, there was a couple other people that knew what they were doing too, but everyone else was having such a hard time. It was so funny because the wire was so thick. It was, I think it was 14 AWG or something like that. It was normal, wire that you use to wire up a house with. And so it was really thick. And it was pretty hard to solder, but nobody understood how to do it. They didn't understand. They kept trying to feed the solder into the iron, which you can do, to an extent. You know, you feed it into the corner of the iron and whatever you're soldering, and that's okay. But all right, I'll dab that. The image got better. So if the image got better, my girlfriend, we don't use cable. We just use internet, and we watch Hulu and Netflix and shit like that, which we're getting ready to change because Hulu's getting stupid expensive. It's like so expensive that I might as well just go back to cable. So that's what we're going to do because Hulu's up to like $80 a month now for the TV. That's what we have, Hulu TV. And it just keeps going up and up and up. And so does Netflix. But Netflix only up to $20, you know, from like, what, like back in the day it was like $8 or some shit. Now it's up to 20. But they've also upped their game. They have some pretty decent movies nowadays. Plus they have all these new releases and shit like that. It's pretty cool. I have Amazon as well, Amazon Prime, because I have Amazon Prime. And they have some pretty good movies on there too. And they just had a new Jason Statham movie come out. And they want to charge $20 to rent that movie. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I ain't paying $20 to rent. I love Jason Statham. He's one of my favorite actors, but I ain't paying $20 to rent a movie in my house. Get the fuck out of here. So if the image got better, that's probably why, because I think my girlfriend left and she turned the TV off. And I'm probably the only one using any bandwidth right now. So that's a good thing. All right, guys, we're down to the last ESC. I'll get these wires soldered on, and then we'll do the obligatory alcohol bath. And Taco, you saw me the other day. I almost forgot to do that. You left me a reminder. Appreciate that. So that needs to be cleaned. And that's another reason I'm not sure what I'm doing to oxidize my tips, because I use the copper sponge, and you know, I try to keep them tinned and stuff like that. But like if you see here, solder will not stick to the side of this. It just beads up. Same thing here. It just beads up like it does up here. It will not stick. The only place it'll stick is right here. And I'm pretty sure where this tip got oxidized, it would stick all the way around the side. And somebody just texted me. Who's texting me? Oh, it's the dispensary. Constantly texting me, oh, we got deals on this, we got deals on that. The only deal I want is on your vape pens, because your fucking weed is too goddamn expensive. Oh, I did not tin that. Did I? It doesn't look like it. Or did I? No, it does not look tinned. Yeah, I get a little sidetracked when I talk. I get to do shit. And when I put solder on the tip like that, when I hit that, as soon as I hit that, oh, we have 4 viewers. Holy shit. Hi. Thanks for showing up. And if you're just joining, this is the second quad of the dual quad build. I mean, I apologize for the misleading title. I did not mean that I was going to be building 2 different quads with both hands at the same time. Oh, you son of a bitch. My tweezers popped off, and then the wire popped off. Let's try that again. Let's see if I can. bangers are getting in the way. I have other tweezers that are really nice. These ones are spring-loaded. And they definitely help. All right. Yeah, that paste is a little bit greasy, like I said, and so the tip of my tweezers just want to slide off of it. And it looks like I might have a solder bridge. I'll double check that. If I have to, it's not bridged, but it is extremely close, and I don't like that. So we're going to start over. I'm going to get that solder. It's a little too close to that other post. So I'm just going to solder suck it and start over. Got it. Now I got to build some solder back up on the pad because I just took it off. If you don't have a solder sucker, I suggest getting one. A solder sucker and wick. I'll tell you what, that wick has saved my ass on many occasions. Once I figured out how to use it, I would get some solder bridges, and I'm like, ugh! And if you hit the, if you flux the wick, then put the wick flux side down on the solder and hit it with the soldering iron, man, it just soaks it in like a sponge. It's beautiful, and it will, if you have a solder bridge or you have solder somewhere on another component that it shouldn't be, it'll take it right off, and it'll do it pretty quick. It's pretty nice. It's pretty decent stuff. So I do recommend it. It took me a while to figure out how to use it because I thought all you do is just lay it down on there and apply heat to it. But I mean, I just could never get the stuff to suck in. I'm like, what the hell? And it's copper too. And one day I was like, well, I wonder what happens if you put solder flux on it. So I put flux paste, on it, and it just sucked. It made my problem disappear real fast. And I was like, that's how you do that. All right, I got it in a good position. Damn it. My solder is never where I need it to be. Well, one of the viewers already left. Someone popped in and left, and they'll just tell me, yeah, I popped in and saw your stream. Yeah, for like 2 seconds. But that's okay. I'm not butthurt about it. And like I said, I'm not Joshua freaking Bardwell. I don't expect. That's a beautiful joint. Dang. Why can't I get them all to look like that? Holy shit. That's nice. Let's see if I can duplicate that. Oh boy, I almost cut that one a little short. No, I didn't. It's plenty. It's just I gotta get it over there just right. Bryce, are you back on Facebook yet, or are you still in Facebook jail? That's cool, Taco. You modified your V3 to use the TBS Fusion. That's pretty cool. That's a good mod. I don't know what I was gonna say. 2 more ESC connections, or 2 more ESC leads, and we are done with the ESC, aside of cleaning it. And we'll start putting the stack together. I already got the battery leads on. I already got the capacitor on, so that's a good thing. Shit, what am I doing? Okay, hold it in place. Put this on. Man, look at that joint. That one's a beautiful joint too. Man, that one's super nice. That's even better than the first one. Okay. All right. Last little connection. Dang, I got really close on cutting those. Damn. I have fucked up in the past where I, like I said, cut a wire a little too short because I measured it up to the wrong pad, measured the wrong wire to the wrong pad, and next thing you know, you're just, a pad short. And the only thing you can do is clip here, add a small section, and then redo the joints. I don't like doing that, but there's nothing electrically wrong with it. But you got to do what you got to do. All right. Yeah, Taco, I said I was going to do Facebook jail 5 more days, bro. I said, cool. And Taco, I said I was going to do this like the next day. And that day came. I just couldn't do it. My girlfriend was mad at me, blah, blah, blah. And I had shit I had to do, so I didn't do it. Oh, that's where I wanted to get that one all buttoned up and stuff beforehand because it took me so long to figure it out. Like I said, though, since I've already got all that worked out, man, those 3 are nice. But they're all good. No resistance, no resistance, no resistance, no resistance. Double check. Add a bridge, got resistance. Add a bridge, got resistance. Add a bridge, resistance. Add a bridge, got resistance. Okay, we're good there. Like I said, you cannot do a continuity check on motors once they are connected because they are internally connected in the motors. So you will have continuity, and you have to make sure that you check your joints very closely. Like I said, I use a 4-time, I think it's 4-time, or it might even be 8-time magnification to look at it. I've had LASIK done to my eyes. I used to, in my 30s, had to start wearing glasses, and I started having problems with my eyes. I had to go to glasses, and I'm like, fuck this. So I went and got LASIK done, and I don't have to wear glasses anymore, but there's a bit of a compromise when you get LASIK done, and I almost have 20/20 vision. They told me I had 20/20 vision, better than 20/20 vision, but I don't think that's right, and I still have a little bit of issue sometimes, but like I just can't see these tiny little things as well as I think I could before in the past, so now I have to use a little bit of magnification, so it makes me feel like I'm getting old. I mean, I am, I'm 43, but damn, it just makes me feel old. All right, now we're going to do an alcohol bath real quick and hit that with some air, get those cleaned up. Ooh, look at that. That's nice. All right. Scrub a scrub dub. Scrubby scrub. Get all in between them MOSFET legs. Scrubby scrub. Get in there real good. Scrubby scrub. I don't know if I alcohol bath it back here or not. Scrubby scrub. Get down in there. All right. Not shabby. Now I got to hit it with the air, clean it off. It probably sounds really horrible for you guys. I'm sorry. the good thing about alcohol is it does evaporate. So if you have some residue, alcohol residue, it will evaporate. So you don't have to worry about that. It doesn't take too long. It'll be evaporated before I ever put power to this thing. So I don't know what that is. That all looks pretty good. All right, cool deal. Moving along we are. So I'm going to reference my other quad, and you can see I've got one rubber O-ring, and then the blue thing, the gummy, the ESC, the nut. Then I've got these that go into the FC. I have to cut half of that blue leg off on the bottom for it to work right, for it to give me the clearance I need and some other things. I just remembered something. I've got to solder on two negative wires to the battery lead. If you guys remember last time, I did use this shield in here that Mamba supplies. I got it to work fine. I've already powered it up. I've had no issues with it. I did not look through my VTX. I didn't look through my goggles, so I don't know if I have any issues with my VTX or my video signal yet. I shouldn't. Everything's good. But anyways, so we got the blue gummies there, or the one blue gummy that I had to that goes into the FC that I had to cut down. It sandwiches the mesh there against the nut. And I'm sorry, there is one more rubber O-ring right there. So there's a nut and a rubber O-ring. Then the mesh thing that they use for blocking EMFs or EMIs. Then the gummy, the SFC gummy, another O-ring, and then the VTX and a nut. So now I need an O-ring on here. I already pulled these O-rings aside. So I slide those over. They work as spacing and as dampening. So they provide two benefits in one. And the great thing about them is if the spacing is a little too much with those, you can squish them down. You know, I mean, you don't squish them flat. You just squish them, you know, they have a little give to them. So now, the last time I cut the FC gummies, I used a pair of scissors and I didn't like the way it cut them. So I have a razor here. I'm going to try that and see if that works any better. And this is a cut resistant pad, so we're good to go. I'm just going to use these gummies. I'm going to pull them off. Cut about half the blue off, or the bottom blue part. And that gives me all the spacing I need. Holy shit, we still have 3 viewers. I can't believe it. And I am trying to keep up with y'all's chats too, which is not a whole lot, but I forget to look at it. So I'm gonna, that's about half. Oh, that's a nice clean cut. That's way better than the scissors. And I will not get rid of that. This is useful. I will keep that. In fact, see, they provide a lot of different shit, which is good because you can keep that for later stuff. Sometimes you don't always have everything you need. You need something different, and it's nice to have choices. And you don't have to be exact, although I am trying to get them as pretty close as possible. I mean, you do want them to be as close as possible because it is going to affect the, you know, the way it sits until you squish them down, and you want like equal tension on every corner roughly, you know, you want to get the same amount of tension when you tighten everything down. All right. Now, that one cut a little bit crooked, but again, it's okay. It's not too terribly bad. They are all almost, for all intents and purposes, almost exactly the same. I think that one might be a little bit thicker, but I'm not going to try to fix that. I'm just going to rock it. So now the cool thing about these particular, see the holes, how they got the little cut in it, the little opening right there? That makes it so much easier to put these damn things in. See, bam. Whoever thought of that? Genius. I've had to shove these things in where the hole was completely closed, and it's not impossible. It's just a bitch. All right, so I think what we got to do now, oh yeah, I forgot, almost forgot. I got to put my ground wires on. So one ground wire, in case you're not familiar, you already know, will connect to here. It grounds this piece right here. And this is a mesh that is coated, so you have to be very careful not to damage the coating. Otherwise, now you have exposed copper that's connected to ground, and if that touches a positive, you're fucked, or your stack is fucked anyways. So that's why I was a little apprehensive to use these at first, because I've heard stories, but I gave it a shot, and it worked just fine for my, it worked just fine. I didn't have any issues with it. So let's see if I had some a little bit longer leads. That I make those. I got to make them long enough that I can pull the stack apart with everything still connected. I think these give me plenty of length right there. In fact, I got to pick these other pieces up. Always save your wiring. Always save all your little bits. Save all your little extra connectors. You know, FC to ESC connectors. Save everything, because somehow, some way, at some point in time, it may be needed, or it may, you know, you may need something like that, and you'll have it on hand. Plus, if you know what you're doing, you can repin everything. I didn't know that at first when I first started doing this, and then people started telling me, oh, just repin it. I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What do you mean repin it? How do you do that? And I was lost like everyone else, all the new people, but I eventually picked everything up. So okay, I don't remember how I soldered this last time I did it. Did I put it on something? I think I had to put it on something metal. And I got to change my tip. Shit, I don't want to do that yet, because I got to first, fuck, wait a minute. Shit. I have to change my, almost dropped the finger. I got to change my tip just to put a dob of solder on there. And then let me just see if I can do it with the tip I got on there without fucking anything up. Put a little dab of paste on there, flux, clean up the tip. Yeah, Taco, I just tried to call you Nacho again, man. I am so sorry. Please don't be offended. I don't mean it. I don't know why I keep trying to call you Nacho. Yeah, that dude Bryce, he, I don't know what he did, but I've been in Facebook jail several times myself. My bans are now up to 30 days. Every time I get banned, it's a 30-day ban. Hey, check that out. It took. That was easy. So I don't have to change tips. Now, these two wires, because I know there's one of you in here now that wasn't here before, or at least I don't think. So here's my ground, battery ground, okay? I am going to attach both of those to the battery ground here. One goes to this, okay, like so. and the other will go up to the FC, any ground on the FC. Fortunately, on this FC, what am I going to do with it? Didn't I just have it? Here it is. On this FC, so there's forward right there, okay? So this is the back, this is where the battery is. I have a ground right here, bam. So literally I can come up from the battery ground and connect it right here. And what that does, this is the ground rail, goes all the way through the entire FC. You can verify that by doing a continuity check on one ground and hitting every other ground, and you'll see that you'll get a beep or you'll get resistance, whichever way you do it. There's continuity all the way through this board on the ground pad. And that goes through the ground pad all the way back to the ground pin. And from the ground pin, through that teeny tiny little wire, back into the ESC, back to the battery. That's quite a lot of amps to be going through such a teeny tiny little wire and all the way back to the ESC. So what we do here is put a ground here like this, all right? And it gives the ground rail a direct connection to the battery. So it can go, you know, instead of having to go all the way through the rail into this little pin, through that tiny little wire, and through the other pin in the ESC, through all the grounding in the ESC and back to the battery, we have a direct connection. So it also, I've heard that it helps with video. I've experienced that myself. I tried it, it helped my video. So that's why I've been doing that. It works. That factory solder right there is ugly. It's not shiny, but I don't need to use it, so it's okay. It's just a bridge. They bridged two pads. I think, why did they do that? They bridged those two pads for something. I think I was looking right here. The LEDs are controlled by Betaflight when the upper pads are shorted, and the LEDs are controlled by the Mamba LED control system on board when the lower pads are shorted. So the lower pads are shorted. These two pads are shorted, and it gives you control, not my race wire, because the race wire is different, but if I were to connect other LEDs to here, with the solder joint right here, as opposed to here and here, if I go here and here, you get your LED control from Betaflight. If you go these two pads, the way it comes from factory, you get your LED control from this button right here. So one of these buttons is your boot button to put you in DFL bootloader mode, DFU bootloader mode. And the other one is to control the LEDs. I've never done that. I think LEDs are cool, but at the same time, some people go overboard with that shit, but it looks cool. But it seems like a whole lot more shit to deal with, like in a troubleshooting scenario. So I just, this wire is pretty cool. And they just light up as the current goes through them. That's all that keeps those things lit up. So you're not really using any, you're not drawing any current. The motors are drawing the current, and as the current flows from the ESC to the motor, it just happens to light up the LEDs. So, holy shit, we still have 3 viewers. I can't believe it. I wonder who that third person is. I wish they'd say hi so I know who you are. Do I know you? Okay, now I need to attach, how did I do it last time? I don't think it really matters. I'm going to go ahead and attach one to here first. I think that might be, I don't know if it'd be easier to attach it here or attach this first. I think, yeah, we're going to attach it here first. So I got some paste on here. And this has got to be a quick, very quick off and on because of the sensitivity of this pad, or this thing right here. So set that on there. That was easy. Y'all saw how fast I hit that, right? Just a quick, such a small area, a lot of heat. I do have a little nipple there. Can you see the nipple? Probably not. I'm going to cut that off. I'm not going to fuck with it because if I hit it with the soldering iron, that wire is just going to pop off. So I'm going to snip that little nipple off. It's not real bad. It's just the solder pulling back with the soldering iron when I pulled away. And boom, can't even tell. All right, so that's good to go. I still need to add these two together, and I got to clip these. These got factory solder on them, so it's that unleaded shit. So we're going to get rid of that unleaded shit. You know what? I need the length, so I'm going to just cover the factory shit with some good stuff. Bubble away, bubble away. There we go. Did you guys see that little solder blob fly off? It almost landed on my FC. Let's get that out of the way. So that one's ready to go. And so, you know, I'll connect this side to the battery, and I'll connect that side that I just primed, ready to go for the FC, because it's a smaller. You can see the difference in the length of wire I have cut on each side. Well, that was a factory cut, and that's the one I just did. Okay. That'll work. Okay, now here comes the fun part, trying to get the negative side, and you guys can you see my my battery solder joints? I'm extremely happy with those. They're very shiny, they're very smooth, and those are some really nice joints right there. I was extremely happy with those joints when I put those in. The positive went right in. I didn't have a problem with that. The negative took a while because, as you know, when you heat the negative, it's got to heat up the whole freaking negative rail through the entire system. So we'll just do the ESC anyways, but on this one. All right, so let's try to get these attached. This is going to be fun, so much fun. And I am going to need some tweezers for sure. Now the other one, when I did it, how did I do that? I think I went under the leg of the capacitor. So I'll feed that through there like so. Okay. So now it'll be like capacitor is connected in its own holes right next to the outer portion of the battery lead connections. So they have their own holes. I don't know if you guys saw that a second ago. Yeah, you can see that in the video right here. That's the positive hole on the side of the positive pad. And here's the negative pad, and then there's a negative hole for the capacitor. So, all right, I don't know how well, and I don't know if I can do this without getting in y'all's way either. Let's see what I can do. All right, that's a pretty good spot. Holy shit, we're still holding 3 viewers. Oh, I can't believe it. Okay, so the solder around the wire that I just added melted like instantly. I gotta check this connection with the magnifying glass because I'm not sure how well the solder that I just added melted in with the solder that was already there, and they need to be cohesive, and it looks like they're fairly cohesive. Good, almost one unit. All right, cool deal. So I'm going to do the next one. All right, solder on there, yeah. So same thing. I am going to try to feed this through. I might not have enough room. I'm going to try to feed this through underneath the capacitor leg. I got it. Okay, now I need to give it a bend. Wait a minute, that's upside down. I don't want that to be upside down. I want it to bend over like this. So I need to attach it like this. So when this folds over, it'll say Mamba. Okay, I likes it. I already fluxed it. I fluxed it up real good. I just got to get it in a position that will work. All right, shit. I need to use these tweezers to hold them in place, and then these tweezers, hopefully to keep my fat hands out of the way. Okay. That is a little bit close to that positive pad. I don't like that. That is a little bit close. Let's see if I can fix that when I hit it with the heat and get everything to slide over just a little bit. If I cannot, then we'll take another plan of attack here. Oh yeah, it slid right over. Cool. Okay. Now I got to check that to make sure it all, like I said, is one cohesive unit there at the negative pad. I don't like it. So what am I going to do about it? I'll tell you. I am going to put a little bit more solder flux on here, some paste. And we're going to have to, I'm going to crank this up to full power, which is 480 C and almost 900 F. It's like 875 or some shit like that. Get some paste on there. Now the tricky part is getting both of those wires to stay on and not come off. Let's see if this will work. Now I gotta add more solder to the iron. Okay. Add a good bit and just slam that on there. Everything just moved. Okay. Take another look. All right, it is cohesive. It's all melted together. It's just a little smoother looking on the left side, which would be the side towards the camera that you guys are looking at. And on my side, on the right hand side, it's still good, but it's got a good joint. It's just a lot of wire there for what's there. Cool. Now I'm going to hit this with alcohol again because I just used a lot of flux paste right here on the battery leads. And let's just see what happens. I'm gonna do a continuity test on it real quick. Let's see if there's any continuity. There's not. That little beep that you heard initially was a charge from a capacitor. So good. No continuity. Wait a second. What just happened? Why was I getting continuity? Okay. I think that you see how I'm getting continuity and then it stops? That's longer than a capacitance discharge. I'm getting continuity right there. And I have a feeling it's the flux. So that's why it's important to clean your flux. So I'm going to clean that off real quick and let's see if I still get that weird beep, because that's a little weird. I don't know why that did that. I can clearly see, and I did a continuity check after I put these cables on. I did my continuity check right there at the pads, and I also, it was unnecessary to do it here, but I did anyways. And again, that's why I just did it again, just for whatever. And I can clearly see that there's absolutely no bridging. Absolutely no bridging whatsoever, unless it's underneath. That might be the shit. Let me, okay, first I'll clean it. If it still does that, now I gotta pull the ESC off and see if we made a bridge, see if I made a bridge underneath when I was trying to get all them wires on there. So let me get this cleaned off. I hope that's not the case, but if it is, it's another awesome troubleshooting thing that you guys get to see through the process of building. So it's pretty, it sucks, but it's a great learning experience for all of us. So that's pretty cool. I mean, for being so sucky. It just sucks that when you get done with something and you have a problem like that, you have to tear it apart to figure out what's going on. So unless we have a solder bridge on the bottom, everything should be good. I'm going to blow this out real quick. It's going to sound nasty. I'm about out of compressed canned air. I'm going to have to get some more from work. I get it from work. I just go to the office supply room and grab me a couple cans. All right, so I got that cleaned up. Let's see what happens. Okay. There is no continuity. No continuity. No continuity. Okay. It was the flux. It was the paste doing it. And I fried an ESC like that. I did not know that flux paste was conductive. And I fluxed the shit out of one of my ESCs. It was a luminaire stack. It was in I put it in a race quad, which I sold. It was a nice stack, but I believe that's what happened to it. It fried, and I think it was the guys. I don't like the way that looks. I'm going to hit that with some more alcohol. It looks a little greasy still. I'm going to scrub this whole thing up real quick. thing that sucks about these canned air, compressed air, is after, 10 or 15 seconds of holding it open, the airflow starts to slow down and the can gets super freaking cold. And if you hold it upside down, boy, it'll freeze. All right, that'll be good enough for now since we're not putting power to it anytime soon. The rest of that alcohol will evaporate and won't cause any problems. I just don't like it sitting all over the frame. But that is what it is. The bottom of the frame's all wet. Holy shit, we still have three viewers. I can't believe it. All right, so now we're moving forward, finally, away from the EC after we get this on. So very gently, you don't want, again, I can't stress how much you don't want to nick this thing, or the coating that's on it is what you don't want to nick. You do not want to expose the copper underneath the coating. Keep a nice bend radius on your wire. Don't fold it. Don't ever fold a wire. Wire gauges, there's a bend radius for every single gauge of wire there is. And a bend radius means it's how far you can bend the wire before bending it too far and causing problems. So, and that's why I went underneath the leg of the negative leg of the capacitor, so that I had some space to move these wires down like I need. Oh wait, maybe I don't. No, I don't. Well, I can. Actually, I can right through here, but to be honest, just get a nice little bend right in here, just like my other one. All right, now that'll go down, and all right, I gotta pull that back off. I don't like the way that's trying to sit. All right, I just got to add a bend to the wire here. There you go. Just trying to push up on the back of the screen there, the mesh. Okay, now that sits in there. That sits on there really, really well. Actually, it because of the way I did the wires, and because of the spacing that I put in there with the little plastic nuts and the rubber O-ring, it keeps a nice air flowing gap in there. Okay, and not only is it an airflow gap. Can you guys hear my daughter screaming? I'm going to tell her to be quiet. It'll keep that from touching and causing any electrical issues, hopefully. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm going to go tell my daughter to quiet down a little bit. All right, sorry about that, guys. Now, the other night, I don't know if you guys remember, I don't smoke in my house. That is my rule. But I have to break this rule, bend this rule, because I cannot be taking 5-minute fucking smoke breaks throughout the live stream and leaving you guys. I'd like my audience to stay. I need some fan. I need some air moving. I hope that doesn't cause me any issues with soldering. It did the other day, but I got it low now. So, do you guys walk around with a prop tool in your pocket? I sure the fuck do. Okay. So, now we're getting to the nitty gritty. All right. So now, oh, no more rubber O-rings. The rubber O-rings are under there. Okay, now we're to the FC. Holy shit, we're there. All right, so let's set this aside. Need that out of the way. And I'm going to show you guys, I have the wiring diagram right here. The other night I was looking at it on the computer screen. That's usually how I do it. I pull everything up on the computer screen and keep everything open tabs of all the shit that I need. And I switch back and forth. I don't want to do that on the computer with you guys here because I don't know what will happen. I don't want anything to happen. So what I do, got your FC, got your arrow, right? It's facing that way. And I always go with the USB as well. I place the board the same way. We know the board, this is up, this is bottom. Peel this off. Okay. All that was identifying the FC and what the target is. I think I can find the target without having to look at that. All right, so I'm using Crossfire, and I am using a buzzer. I forgot to put this on the other day. I was just sitting on my couch watching TV, and it just hit me. I was like, oh crap. This thing is pretty cool. This is the first time, and again, you know, with all these damn wasteful plastic boxes, like it's cool, but at the same time, come the fuck on. You know, cut a few cents off, you know, whatever. I like the plastic boxes, but I don't need 1,000 of them. And I don't like throwing them away. So this thing is really easy. This will also be the last thing I put in, but you just plug it in. You plug the wire in, and then it's 3 simple wires. Okay, am I plugging that in right? The pins are up the top. Yeah, pins are up top. Okay, so that plugs in there. It does not have soldering pads like some of the other ones do. Hacker, or what is it? Rotor-Riot has their brand, or at least I was watching a video on this the other day, and Rotor-Riot has a brand and it has a solder pad, and there's like another brand that has a solder pad, and this one has the plug. So that's convenient, and it gives you plenty of wire to place it wherever you need, which is also awesome. So how this connects is on the FC here. Right here on the FC, number 3 and 4, you guys can't see that. You should be able to see what I'm pointing at though, even though it's not clear. I got buzz minus and buzz positive. All right. So the red goes to buzz positive, the yellow goes to buzz minus, and the black goes to the negative. It goes to the ground. Okay. My camera ground is going to go right here, but so is my buzzer. It doesn't matter if you can tie multiple things into one ground. And remember, I put a ground wire from here down to the battery. So this whole ground rail will go straight to the battery. It should, because the thicker cable that I'm using between here and here will provide less resistance than the little wire, the little ground from the pin here to the ESC. Okay, fatter wire, less resistance. Less resistance. It's easier for the voltage. It's easier for voltage to push current through. Obviously, if there's less resistance, if there's resistance, it takes more voltage to push current through. So that's the reasoning behind my extra ground here. So I'm not going to connect the buzzer yet. I'm just showing you guys. I still have to. What am I connecting? I got to connect my camera and my VTX and my Crossfire, and that's all. Dang, how am I going to do this? All right, we can, well, I do the camera, I gotta put it in first. No, I don't. But I do have to measure the wire. Okay, so I'll start with the camera. That'll be the easiest thing to do. All right, so this is the front of the quad. I took all the standoffs off because, well, I figured it would give me a little bit more room. Plus, I had to take these standoffs off to get the pigtail in between the standoffs into the TPU. And then when I tighten this down, my fucking TPU broke. I'm a little pissed about that. I'm gonna call Kevin Sealy and see if he'll replace it for me, because I don't have a 3D printer, so I can't do it myself, and that sucks. I did just buy a used printer, but I don't have it yet. The guy I bought it from took it over to another guy that I know, Ben Iyer, and Ben Iyer is holding it for me because I'm getting ready to move, and I don't want to have it shipped here and then have to deal with moving it. So I asked him if he'd hold on to it for me for a couple days, or well, a couple weeks, I mean, and he said, yeah. So once I get done moving, get it all set up, then I've never printed before, so that's a whole nother freaking hobby I got to learn. But I'm not trying to do industrial shit with it. I just want quad parts for myself. That's it. And then I'll be able to print my own shit. But as of right now, I have to rely on other people, and that sucks. All right. So I got to put this in just as a test fit. All right. There's camera plates that go in here, which I have. And I believe these slots, they go up front. So it goes like that. Goes down in the slot. I got to put that on because I need it for reference. On camera, I'm using a Foxeer Falcor 3 Mini. Has 6 milliseconds of latency on 1200 TV lines, and it has 0.0001 lux. That means I can fly at night with minimal lighting. So that's pretty cool. Hey, my other camera didn't come with a sticker. You bastards. Or did it? No, it sure didn't. Huh. All right, whatever. I don't know about you guys, but I always have camera lenses and I use them until I lose them. And once I lose them, then whatever. Usually what happens is I'll pop it off, fly, forget it. This is the camera control. I already have so many of these. I've never used one. I am going to figure out how to use them so I can learn how to do things with the camera. OSD that you can't do through the Betaflight OSD. I've never used one. I just always deal with whatever's on the, but I'm, you know, I'm going to start learning new things. But I also keep all my extra stuff, my brackets. I keep everything because you never know what you're going to need, when you're going to need it, where you're going to need it. So it's a good thing to keep all that stuff. You know, you pack rat it for a while, and after a while, if you don't ever use it, just toss it because there's no point. But if you're not ever going to use it, but it does. You know, I've had to use these camera screws for other things. I've had to use these camera washers for TPU underneath the screw for the TPU, because the TPU likes to sometimes squish out from underneath the head of the screw. And it's hard to find an M2 washer or even an M3 washer. Well, an M3 washer isn't so bad, but M2 washer is kind of hard to find. And those are M2 washers. They're plastic, so they're, you know, they weigh nothing, and they do the trick. They add that little extra space you need around the head to you know, grab the extra material. Now, I don't need the washers to put the camera into the camera cage in this scenario. All I do need is 4 of these little bolts, 4 of these little screws. And what I'll do is I will put all this stuff back, and again, I'll bin it, because these little items come in handy. Hell, even these little, they even have little, see the threads on those? They're a little more, damn it, this camera sucks. The threads are a little more coarse than the threads on here. They work for plastic stuff, like say the FC on your Tiny Whoop, stuff like that. If you happen to lose one of those, because you know they don't come with extras, unless you buy a new canopy or something like that, then you might get some extras. But all right, so I'll put these in my bin. It's pointless, but I keep my boxes too. I don't know why. They're cool, you know. I mean, it seems so wasteful. The packaging is so much more than it needs to be, you know. It's just so I like, it's so wasteful. It just is, and I hate to throw that stuff away. Plus, if I ever sell an item, you know, you can put it back in the original package for shipping, if need be, which is helpful, because you know the package that it came in is already made for shipping. So these are 2mm Allens, which is convenient. If you buy something off of Amazon, which I've had to do, I bought a 2mm bolt kit from Amazon, which is nice, but the problem is the head size is different. They're like a 1.5mm or 1mm or something like that. And I think they're 1.5mm. I don't have anything that fits that, or a 1mm. I can't remember what the smallest Allen that I have is, but I don't have one that small. What I do have is a Torx bit that will fit those, but I only use those in certain scenarios if I have to, if I can't find spares of something. So I'm going to put the camera in. I need the camera to be in place so that I know the length of my wires from the back of the camera to the FC. I'm not sure if I can do this without being all up in the way, so I'm just going to attach this camera real quick. It's going to take me a couple minutes because it's kind of hard to see the holes. I got to get the holes lined up, and kind of a bitch. And I got that one on the first try. Sweet. Now these camera plates are pretty cool. Most cameras are held in by one screw on each side, right? Well, these camera plates allow you to put in both screws, and they allow the camera to adjust to the tilt that the slot provides. So if you need more tilt, then you'll have to take the one screw out so that you can tilt the camera higher. But it is actually pretty cool, because once if you can see it here, you got this little slot right here. Okay, so here's the first nut. So here's the main nut. You can get away with or the main screw. You can get away with just that, but then you put this one in here too, and it limits your travel both ways. I think all the way down is straight, and all the way up, I don't know what degree that is. I just match my angle of my my GoPro camera. And to be honest, I don't know what the angle is on this couch. I think it's a 30-degree angle. My other quad's a 30-degree angle. I just had to start flying at 30 degrees so that my video would match what I see. And I'm okay with 30 degrees. Sometimes I feel like it's a little slow. Sometimes I feel like I'm really hauling ass, and other times I feel like I'm flying slow. I don't know. It's weird. I guess it just depends. But so I'm going to have to tilt this up as far as it'll go so I can get the screw in there, because I got to work around the motor. The motor at this point is kind of in the way, but I just stabbed that on the first try. I can't believe that. Cool. I'll do this one. And we just lost a viewer. Oh, and we just gained a viewer just that quick. That's cool. So far, as far as I know, Taco and Brycely are still here. I hope. I know, Brycely, you said last time you let it play until you fell asleep. So see how that works. See how much camera, that actually gives a lot of camera. That's a whole lot of up tilt. Holy shit. That's like that. Holy shit. That's some angle right there. So, but anyways, it's pretty cool. I like that. I like that feature. That's pretty neat. So now what I'm going to do is, here's the harness for the camera. Now, it's got this purple wire in there. I don't need that purple wire. So what I'm going to do, I got to untwist this, unfortunately. The unfortunate part is I really like the way they have it twisted. It's a really nice twist, and it's hard to get it twisted back up like that. It's not hard to twist. It's hard to get it twisted uniformly the way they have it. I mean, it's not terribly hard, but it is a bitch. Okay, so, and I don't just cut these out. They come out. At first, when I first started doing this, I would just cut shit out, and then I didn't realize you could get them out. All right, but you can. So what you got to do is you got to get something sharp in here, and we lost a viewer. Oh well. You just get something sharp in here under this little plastic thing, and pick up on the plastic. It's just a little tab that holds the metal piece of the pin in place. You just pick up on that tab, and then you can pull the pin out. And then if you ever need to, you can put the pin back. You know what I mean? So I probably won't ever need to, but just in case, what if, we'll go ahead and take it out without destroying anything. And like I said, it's a little bit of a bitch, but it's really not that hard. And that's how you repin your ESCs too. You use the same, or you can buy a pin kit. I have not done that yet. I have not ever had the need to repin anything yet. I always tend to put everything in the way it goes. I'm boring like that. But, you know, it's kind of hard to get up under that. You got to push down on the pin and then push under that plastic pin and lift up on it and pull out. Got it. Okay, and then make sure you push that little plastic pin back down to keep its shape and retain its functionality. So now that I got that apart, these, in case you don't know, we were just talking about the camera control for the camera's OSD. That little pad, that little button pad right here, that's what plugs into here. So I'm not going to cut those off because I want to be able to have that functionality. But what I am going to do is I'm going to take these wires, and I could braid them. That would make them look super nice. I do like the braiding. But really, just keep them all in line like that, all right? And twist. Keep them in line. Keep all three of them flat and twist. And that's almost exactly how it comes from the factory. So just keep them flat. And keep twisting. Now, the reason you twist is because when you start sending electrical signal or voltage through a wire, it creates magnetism through that wire, okay? Magnetism creates a magnetic field. And if you have magnetism, you have electricity. If you have electricity, you have magnetism. They go hand in hand. So what happens is, as the electrical signal, let me give an explanation real quick. Two different theories. I can't remember the names of the theories. I'm going to have to go back into my books and look them up. There's two different theories for how electricity flows. There's one theory that says it flows from positive back to negative, you know, from the positive source back to the source of the negative side. And then there's another theory, mostly in DC, that it flows from negative to positive. So what happens is you've got current flowing in one direction through one and through the other direction of one. And when the current is flowing this way, it creates a magnetic field in a certain way. And then as the current flows through here, it creates a magnetic field any other way. And the two magnetic fields cancel each other out. That's why you got to twist your wires, because it cancels out the two magnetic fields, which is also electrical noise. So now the camera signal, I'm not 100% sure. I have a feeling because it's a signal wire, there has to be some sort of voltage running through it, like very, 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 very small voltage. There has to be something, because it's a signal wire. There has to be something traveling through it. So I assume that it's also going to create a magnetic field again, which should cancel each other out. They should all cancel each other out, because you got one running one way, one running the other way. Well, you'll have two running one way. And then what I'll do is I'll take and wrap this around, and I'll shove it down inside just to keep it where it's accessible. Okay, so let's get our length. I'll plug it into the camera. Pins up, pins up. When I say pins up, I mean the pins are the furthest this way instead of this way. And you can also tell by you see how the pins are up towards the top and closer to the top and not the bottom. That's what I'm referring to. So you don't try to shove it in there the wrong way and smash your pins or smash any of the pins, because nobody's ever done that before, right? Doesn't feel right. Let me make sure I didn't smash any pins. Okay, all the pins are good. All right, we're good. It just for some reason wasn't feeling right. It's a good solid connection is what it is. So we got that in there. Now I don't want this to be, I don't want it to just go like this, because this is where it's going to connect right here on the FC. Okay, so I'm not just going to run the wire like that and call that good. Fuck no. What I'm going to do is I want some slack in there. Okay, just for whatever, just whatever you want slack. You always want some slack. A little bit of slack. Now I want to double check the wiring diagram. Okay, now I know for a fact that the camera signal wire goes here, the ground goes here, and this camera can run off of VCC. So that means you can use battery power, you can use 9 volts, and you can use 5 volts. What I'm going to do is I'm going to connect the camera pad here, the signal here, and I'm going to use 9 volts for the camera. All right, 9 volts will work just fine for the camera. I'm going to connect the camera signal pad, the camera signal to the camera signal pad. All right, and I'm going to bring the ground and the positive over here to where the VTX goes. You want to connect your 9 volt ground for your VTX and your 9 volt ground for the camera on the same pad. You also want to connect your VTX ground and your camera ground to the same pad. Supposedly that's supposed to help with video. And again, if you have both of these grounds connected right here, instead of this ground going in here and then following the loop whichever way it goes, and this ground going in here and following the loop whichever way it goes back to battery, these will both be connected to the same ground, and it will both take the same path back to this ground here, because it has the path of least resistance, which will go straight back to the battery. Okay, since there's more resistance going through this little pin, it'll have an easier time going through this extra additional wire that I added right here that's going to connect to the VC or FC. So now that that's explained, I'll show you how I'm going to do it. So I know that I'm going to use the camera signal pad, because you have to in order to get your OSD. You can connect your camera straight to the VTX power out from the VTX, and it'll work just fine, and it'll be filtered power, but you will not have Betaflight OSD. You'll have whatever camera OSD you have, and that's it. So I got to change tips. Son of a bitch. Before I start soldering, what I'll go ahead and do is cut this down. So now that I know my length, how did I do my other one? How much did I give in there? Yeah, pretty much the same thing. So I'm just gonna just like push this down up against the camera. See what I'm doing? Just push it back right here and bring the slack back to where I need it. I know the yellow wire has to go to that pad right there. The black and the red wire have to go over here, and I'll show you how I'm going to do that without running it across the board, and it'll be really neat. So Hang tight. I got to untwist these wires again. So I can't just snip them because the black and the red are going to go to a different spot, so they have to be a little bit longer. So I get my slack over here. Still want that to be twisted up as much as possible. Okay, so we'll keep it twisted as much as possible. But I need my ground and my power to come off to the left, my left. All right. This will connect to this very first pad right here. So what I'm going to do, now that I got my length, I'm going to snip it. If I were to mess this snip up, that's okay. I have enough to work with. But I'm not. All right. Now let me show you guys how I did this on the other one. Okay. So the 9-volt and ground. The 9-volt and ground are right here. This pad right here is the 9-volt. This pad right here is the ground. Okay, and that's the same 9-volt and ground that I'm going to use for the VX. So what I will do, I'm going to run this over in between the connector and the standoff, or not the standoff, the FC, the stack bolts. It's in between there. So when I go to put my, what do I got to put? A couple of, I said a couple of O-rings on top of here. When I put the O-rings on top of here, can you guys see that? That wire is really nicely in between those two things right there. And then I just cut it over like this and connect them to my pads. Super neat, super nice, and it will not interfere with anything. It won't interfere with the plug here, this connector, and it won't interfere with the connector underneath. So I got to cut these down. I'm now ready to cut those down. I'll cut them right there. Bam. Don't want to throw that away. Make sure you keep that shit. That goes over into the bin. Let's see if my soldering iron's cool enough to touch now. Still probably pretty fucking hot, but I can handle it. It's hot. This part is hotter than this part, but this part is still freaking hot. Okay. Good thing for me is it doesn't take long to heat up. It's like really fast. You can see it, how fast it climbs. So, yeah, it does not take much time for that thing to heat up at all. Like I've turned it on and go, oh shit, I got to change my tip. Turned it right back off, and the tip was already pretty warm. I was like, holy crap, I just turned it on and then turned it back off. All right, now I got to strip these wires so I can pull this camera plate back off because I already know I've got all my measurements. These things, the tolerances on these are extremely tight. On the whole frame, it's pretty damn tight. So that's a good thing. It just makes it difficult to work with it a little bit. But once you get everything where it needs to go, it's fine. Now all I need is the cable. All right, so as I stated before, we're going to this video signal wire right here. This 9-volt pad here and this ground pad here. So I got to get the VTX somewhat. I got to test fit it real quick because I have to cut my wires for that a certain way too. Now I'm using there's a Rush Tank Ultimate 800 milliwatt. I've had good luck with these, and the fact that it's 800 milliwatt is pretty cool. I know there's I know there's more powerful VTXs out there, but I mean, this is really, I'm not going long range. And so all I need to do for 800 milliwatts, I just need to get some better antennas for penetration, for bando flying and stuff like that. But as it is, like, I can fly behind my head with a regular patch antenna. This doesn't work. I don't know why all these come with these stupid fucking tabs on there. I haven't come across anything where I can use those. In fact, I've had to cut them off, and I don't even like doing that. But you can get these off of Amazon or even whatchamacallit, RDQ. I think Pyrojone has these, but I'm not going to get rid of it. I keep that shit. I don't get rid of anything. I keep them. I chose this VTX also because it is it's a 30 by 30 mount, and I think it's nice to have all the weight centralized in the center if you can, and then you can do all your balancing with your GoPro and your battery, the rest of the balancing you need to do. But if you keep everything else as balanced as possible, and keep your COG, keep everything in the center of gravity as best as possible. This is a pretty sweet VTX. I really like it. It's really nice. Cool thing about this VTX, and I've had to do this already, is it takes a plug also. And one day I was out flying. I crashed and I lost video. And it didn't take me long to figure it out. I knew since I lost video, I went to snow, that it was a VTX issue and not a camera issue. Well, I went to fucking with it, and I pulled the pin out. I pulled the plug out, and I had a broken pin. There was a pin that was broken in there. I think it was the power pin. I don't remember which one it was. And I was like, oh, fuck. Well, the cool thing about this is on the bottom, you can solder your shit. So, yeah, you can solder everything on right here instead of doing the pins. So that's what I had to do. That's not what I'm going to do in this case. I'm going to use the plug. I'll use that plug until it fails, and then I'll solder here. But what we're going to do is, because the way this stack and the VTX is set up, it's pretty cool. It's really cool. See how the legs of the VTX stick way out? So the VTX itself isn't 30 by 30, but the mounting points are. So what happens is when I set this on top here, wrong way, I set this on top, okay, this took me a minute to figure out because I don't like the way I have it on my other quad, the Purple People Eater. I have my cable connected to the VTX, it runs back, and the slack comes back, and it's connected here. I'm going to have to fix that eventually because the wire, I got too much wire running across the FC. It doesn't cause me an issue, but, or at least that I know of. So the way this VTX fits on here, you can see the plug here and the connections for the VTX directly underneath it. It's pretty fucking cool, if you ask me. I love that. So what I'm going to do is, I don't need all of this extra wire, and I don't want to try to shove it anywhere out of the way, and it's all going to be right here anyways. So we're going to have to remove wires from here because we don't need all the wires that are in here. And I don't need a wad of wires. So that'll be the first thing we have to do is remove whatever wires we don't need. And the wires that we don't need are the power and the ground that go out to the camera. If you power the camera through the VTX, we don't need those. We're not doing that. We are going to power the camera and the VTX from the same FC pad so that we keep our OSD and we keep our power and ground in parallel from the, that's a parallel connection, by the way, to the power and the ground. So I got to remove these pins. I got to figure out which ones are which. All right, and with this simple little wiring diagram, I don't know if you guys can see that. Getting too much glare from the light, huh? So, sorry, I'm looking at the chat real quick. I want to catch up with you guys. And Taco said, Bryce said he'll be right back. He's got to restart his phone. Taco says, what's the difference using 9-volt, 5-volt VBAT for camera, or do you know? Okay, well, the VBAT, the camera is rated for VBAT, all right? But the camera will work off of a 5-volt or 9-volt. The difference is if you go to VBAT, there's no filtering. There's no electrical filtering. You're going to get whatever noise you're going to get through the electrical system. And if you go to 9-volt or 5-volt, now you're powering the device off of a voltage regulator that's built into the FC. This particular FC has 3.3 volts, 5 volts, and 9 volts, which is freaking awesome because you got multiple choices. The 3.3 volt is going to be for GPS. And I'm not sure what else runs off of 3.3 volts, but I think GPS runs off 3.3 volts. I have not used GPS yet, and I have considered putting GPS on these quads, but for bando flying, I don't think I need them. You don't need GPS unless you fly in long range. So, but I did want to have the ability to do that if I wanted to expand, just in case. So to answer your question, Taco, yes, if you go directly to VBAT, you're getting straight power. You're gonna get battery power to the camera. It's not gonna hurt the camera, but it can compromise your signal. So if you go through the 5 volts or the 9 volts, I'm gonna use 9 volts because the camera will take it, obviously. I'm gonna go through the 9 volt. It's filtered. It's filtered power, so it should be cleaner. You should have cleaner video. And that's another reason why you tie the positive and the negative of the VTX and the camera in parallel with each other. And not all cameras can handle 9 volts. Is that correct? That is correct, Bryceley. I think some of them are rated for 5. I think some of them might only be rated for 5 volts. I'm not 100% sure. 5 to 9 volts, or is it 7 to 9 volts? A lot of them will take VBAT, but you don't want to do that. And I think the VTX, I'm not sure how much power the VTX puts out. So the VTX puts out 5 volts. So the minimum you're going to get is 5 volts. The 5 volts will run a camera regardless. 3.3 won't, but 5 volts will. And 9 volts will, obviously, because it'll take VBAT. So it is a monster of a VTX. I have that one. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, it is a pretty cool VTX. Bryceley says, looks just like my Xylo VTX. Same stupid antenna adapter too. Yes. Okay. So like I said, I changed out that antenna adapter for one that doesn't have those stupid little ears. You can see right there, because that would not work. No way, no how. There's no way I could make that work without cutting those ears off. And I did that once, and it was a pain in the ass. So I bought a couple of these. I bought a handful of these just to have them on tap. And I think this might be my last one. So, but at any rate, yeah, there's nothing wrong with TVS, Bryceley. You know, again, with the electronics, you know, some people are like, oh, this is the shit, and other people are like, it's garbage. So it all depends. I think the VTX itself will show me exactly which pins I need to pull out. So if I plug this in, pins are up at top, pins are up at top, so this plugs in like this. It snaps in place. That's cool. My other one didn't do that. That's a change. Huh. My other one didn't click in place like that. It just pushes in. So I think we're going to take out, we're taking out these two wires right here. I don't need those. Again, I could run this ground and these two grounds together, and it just provides a little less resistance of grounding, but it's not necessary because, again, these cables are enough. There's enough. They're big enough gauge for the amperage that's running through them, and that's fine. So we're going to remove these two. And I just want to make sure, for absolutely positively short. So that's 7 to 36. That's 5 volts out. So again, what I'm doing is uh-oh. There we go, bitch. Okay. So if you look here, see the little clip? Well, that's the clip. So we know we got it right. And we got, I don't know why it's showing me two different ones. So we got 7 to 36 volts DC in, a ground, 5 volts out, ground, and video in. You have to have the video in. We're going to get rid of the ground and the 5 volts. We don't need those two. We need the ground and the DC in, 7 to 36 volts DC in. So this will take 6S, straight 6S. So let's remove those two pins with the method that we did it last time. We need the video wire. We need our power and our smart audio. Smart audio is pretty cool. I like having smart audio. Oops, I'm bending those the wrong way because I got to pull out this way. So we want these two wires here to come out. So again, you could just cut them. Some people do that. I have done it. I prefer not to do it. Like I said, when I first did it, I was like, well, how do you get them out? Fuck it, just cut it. You kind of got to push down on the pin to get up underneath the plastic pin. Oh, I had it lifted up. Why did not release? Push down on the pin, lift up on the plastic pin. You want to be careful not to break that just in case. If you break it, it's not the end of the world, but, you know, it kind of negates the purpose of pulling the wire out in the first place. Oh, I was lifting up on the wrong one. Shit, okay. So I got that one. I need to move this over a little bit so I can hit the next one, which should be right here. I think it's this one. Push down, in, and up, and pull out. Very simple. Again, push your tabs back down just to make sure that they will retain functionality if you ever need to use them again, which I doubt. Waste not, want not. Don't throw that shit away. All right. So now we have to test fit the VTX again. Without, let me see, how many gummies do I got in there? I've got 2 rubber O-rings, so we might as well put them in there the way it's going to sit. That way it sits the way it needs to sit. I mean, it's not like I'm going to cut the wires exactly dead nuts on to length, but it will be, you know, there will be a little bit of play. I like to have a little bit of play and everything. So two rubber O-rings. Again, you can get these rubber O-rings off of Amazon. That's where I got them. I don't remember how I figured out how to get them. I think Race Day Quads. I think Race Day Quads sells them too. Again, like I said, there's things that Race Day Quads has that Pyro doesn't have, and vice versa. So those are my two go-to places. Even our ready-made RC has some, you know, off-the-wall shit that you wouldn't really be able to find anywhere else. So two O-rings thick is what I determined I needed for spacing. And the reason I needed that was to get it up off of that pin right there. Oops, I can't see that. Get it up off of that this connector. And I'm not sure, because the other O-rings that I were using, they're both M2, and I don't know if you can see it on camera. See that O-ring right there? Can you see that O-ring too? They're the same size. The inner diameter is the same size, but the outer diameter is slightly different, and the thickness of the rubber is also slightly different. And I think on my other one, I used one of these thick ones and then one of these thin ones. And I try to save enough of these thick ones. I only have 3 left, so I don't have enough to. I only have 3 of those thick ones, so I don't have enough to use one on each corner. I thought I did. I swear I did. But at any rate, it doesn't matter. I got two rubber O-rings on there. If I slap a third one on there to make up the difference of that fat one, that's what we'll do. It's not a big deal. Hell, I could probably use one of these little bits that I cut off. That's almost the same, isn't it? It's almost the same thickness. And these are a little bit more compressible. Okay, let's see how that works. If not, we'll use those. So the front of the quad is here and facing me, and we need that to go on like that. Okay, that is giving me all the space I need. Can you see the gap right there? Now when I compress these and I put everything together and I compress them, it'll get real close. Close is fine. Nothing wrong with close. If it's too close, it ends up touching by the time I get done tightening down. I'll slap another O-ring in there. So now that we got that in, we've got our location. And as I've stated a few times, our cables are literally going from here to here. So I don't need that much wire to do that with. What I need, put that in. I got to turn this around so I can see it a little bit better myself. I hope you guys can still see that. If not, I'll readjust the camera. What I'm going to do is I'm essentially going to fold this down under. I'm going to put a loop in it. Okay. To give me enough to work with. That should be more than enough to work with right there. I added just a little bit more because I'm going to put twist into this wire. As I've stated before, you need twist to cancel out magnetic fields for 1, and 2, it just makes it look a little neater. So go like that. All right, cool deal. I'm going to snip these off. Wait a minute. I got to let me double check before I cut to make sure that all 3, I'm fairly positive. Yes, they do. All 3 of them connect right there. All right, cool. So I'm going to cut those off. Waste not, want not. You never know what you can use that for. Now I can pull this back off. Take the clip out. And I can start soldering. So what I'm going to do here, like I said, so we got our video signal, our smart audio, ground, and power. Since the ground and power are going to connect to the same pads. What we're going to do is we'll strip them. You need to expose a little bit, probably about 3 millimeters on these. I don't know if you can see that. You'll see that, and I'll show you why. Because you're connecting these in parallel. So the best way to solder them up is to get your wire stripped. Oh, might as well strip this one too. I don't know what I'm thinking. This one I only need like a millimeter. I don't need the 3 millimeters. So I'm just going like a millimeter or 2 millimeters, whatever that is. I gauge it as about a millimeter to me. Now the same thing here. The video signal and the smart audio wire you only need to expose about a millimeter. I'm about to explain that to you guys why. Well, you already know why the millimeter. I'm about to explain to you why I am exposing more on these. Okay. All right. When you use something like this to strip, you have to be gentle. If you give a little too much squeeze, there goes your wire. If you pull strands out, that's no good either, because you just essentially changed the gauge of the wire. You changed the amperage. You changed the amount of voltage and amperage it can take. Honestly, it's negligible, but I'm just saying, like in a real world, wiring a house, you don't want to do that. All right, now the reason why I exposed as much as I did for these two is because these are going to get connected together, and the best way to do that is to twist them up, then solder them. And then when you try to solder them to the pad, it's like soldering one wire. And if you try to solder one wire onto the pad, one of these little tiny ass wires onto a pad, and then try to come back and solder another tiny ass little wire on top of it, you just find yourself fighting it. You're trying to hold one on, trying to put the other on, and it can be done. Don't get me wrong, it can be done. I've done it. And this is now why I'm doing this like this, because it's a bitch. So, you learn from your mistakes, I hope. I have. I try. And from others as well. I can't say that this is both from others and from my own mistakes. So twist those up, because the VTX and the camera power are sharing the same power and ground. Oh, you need help setting up GPS, Bryce Lee? I can, there was another guy that I helped recently that I told him you'll have to do that on your own, or if you want me to help you, I can, but I have to study up on it first. I'll have to look up some information and stuff like that, but I can help you. I have no problem doing that, man. None at all. You know that. So, oh yeah. Cannot forget the paste, man. The paste is the shit. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right, got everything all pasted up, slathered up, gooey and ready to go. Iron's hot. Solder's ready. Again, another cool ass little plastic case, which is wasteful, but at the same time, I like these cases. You see those little tabs on the side? These things are awesome. Watch this. Unfortunately, they don't all come like this. I wish they did. See those little slots? Check that shit out. They fucking go together. Ain't that fucking cool? Isn't that fucking cool? That's fucking cool. You gotta admit, that's fucking cool. Yeah, Bryce Lee, it's mostly, you really don't need it unless, you know, for a fail-safe situation, which you shouldn't be dealing with unless you're flying long range or you're flying with FR Sky. XM Plus or RXSR isn't too bad. I got two models that have RXSR in them, but I am slowly phasing those out. Oh, you son of a bitch. My twist came apart. So let me get that fixed back up. Damn it. Damn it, I had these wires. This goes, okay, yeah, this will work. All right, that's how it needs to go. Cool. All right. Now that I just finger fucked all my solder paste, do it again. I just did that to support the weight and hold everything. So we're good to go. I'm going to add solder to my tip. I'm going to hit the wire. Now with that paste, it just pulls it right in. It's pretty cool. What are you doing in that vent, Audra? Audra is my daughter. And I think it's either her or the cat playing outside of the door. I'm not sure. There's a vent between this room and her room. And I had to, they were literally just wide open. You could literally look through one vent and see, you know, her room through the other vent. So I put some stuff in there to take care of that. Sounds like she was messing with it. Okay. All right, those are ready to go. So it's time to start dabbing the FC with some solder so we can start making some connections. So I'm going to pull these rubber O-rings back off. Just so you guys know, this build's going a lot smoother than the first one went. Took me for fucking ever. All right, now, just to keep double checking, you know, I know what the wiring diagram is, but we're going to keep checking. I like to double check just to make sure I keep everything facing the same way. It just keeps everything simplified. Now we got to add some flux paste to every pad that we're going to solder on. So I know that I'm going to solder to this ground signal right here. Camera signal pad here. Okay, that's where our camera signal is going. Then we got our 9 volts for our camera and for our VTX here. And then our ground. So we're using all 4 of these front pads here, because then we got smart audio, which is T3. So whenever I go to configure this and I go to the ports tab, I'm going to want to go to UART 3 and enable smart audio, TBS smart audio for that, so that I get my smart audio working. Then you go to the VTX and you download your TBS, I think it's 2.0 VTX tables, and bam, you got OSD control. It's fucking sweet. Took me a while to do that. That intimidated me, scared the shit out of me, but I finally did it, figured it out. It's really pretty easy. As long as you download the right table, you won't have any issues. And you can make some minor changes to it, like output powers and stuff like that, and it will take and it will work. That's pretty cool. All right, I don't need that right now. Get this out of my way. And we'll start hitting all these pads with solder. So we got 4 in a row here. These 4 over here. Can you guys see? All right, I'm having issues with this tip. I noticed this the other day. I don't know. Like, this used to be one of my good tips, and all of a sudden it acts like it doesn't want to hold solder. What the fuck? All right, I'm going to tin this up real good. I have another tip that's very similar to this. I may have to switch it over to that. Then I got to figure out how to clean these tips. There we go. So I just feed a little solder into it. I see a little ball. I pull out, and it keeps the ball. Keeps a nice ball of solder on the pad. And pull out. And you can see those are really nice. I wish you could see. Those are really nice joints right there. I got one more to go for the camera signal. Bam. Cool. All right. Now what we're going to do, I will connect the camera signal wire first. Okay. Just got to hold that there. First, I got to hit it with some flux. Why did I put that? I don't know why I did that. This is a bitch to open, and I put the damn lid on it like I was done with it. But that was super fucking loud. Okay. So this is the way I want my hot wire harness to go. This is the way it's going to go in there. Actually, this is going to go. Oh, wait a minute. I fucked up. Wait a second. Let me double check my other one. Oh, okay. I didn't fuck up. That's the way I wanted to do it. I did it right. Ha ha ha. Cool. So let me connect this camera signal. And if everything goes right, all I should have to do is touch it and it'll smash right down into it. Okay. I got to double check that. It looked like there was a solder bridge, so I moved it over. Perfect. That is a perfect that is perfect. And there's no bridging. But I am going to double check that with the multimeter. I do that as I go, so I don't forget. So all I'm going to do is hit these 2 pads. There's no bridging. No bridging. We're good. There might be some solder flux bridging, even though it didn't. It didn't sound like there was. Now, so that's the camera, or just the signal. Now these, all right, how am I going to do that? So let me double check the diagram for another quad. All right, it goes 9-volt ground, smart audio, signal. Okay, 9-volt and ground first. Now I'm going to put these wires, I'm going to solder the wires on where they're going into the FC. I already showed you how I was going to do the camera cables, or the power and negative coming in between this pin and the stack screw, right? So that's why they're coming into the FC. And because of the way this sits on there, I can keep all that wire nice and neatly out of the way. So let me get these juiced up. And we shall start with the 9 volts. Now you guys see why I doubled those up, right? I did explain it, but now you see. So I'm going to put those on there, and those are a little bit long, just a touch long. So I'm going to go ahead and snip the end of those off. But I explained why I had to have them long to begin with, so you could twist them together. So I'm going to cut almost half of that off. And I better dab that again just in case. Okay. And I'm going to touch it with the soldering iron with a dab of solder, maybe. If I can get the solder to stick to the tip. Cool. And then I'll just go bam. Bam. It's on there. And it looks like a perfect solder joint too. Let me double check that. Oh, that is beautiful. I wish you guys could see that. That's how the fucking solder joints are supposed to look. Just a little ball of solder, just a nice little boop, little hump of shiny silver solder on top of the pad. Wire disappeared because it's all covered inside of that ball of shiny solder. Snip that. Straighten that back out. That fucking bent over. Can't have that. Okay. And we need to dip it. Okay. So it's 9 volts. This is ground. Put it in place. And these tiny little pads are so hard for me to see. I really need my magnifying glass, but I can do it without it. Get a little solder dab on the tip. I'm going to clean the tip up real good, real quick, because it looks like it's... Get it tinned up. Get a little dab on there. Okay, get back on there, bitch. I'm going to hit it. Squish. Boom. Another perfect one. Double check. And once I'm done soldering all these, I will double check that there's no continuity, even though I can clearly see, even without the magnifying glass, that there is nothing in between. But just for safety's sake and for sanity checks, that's what we're going to do. You know, we don't want to cause ourselves any other issues down the line that we have to try to troubleshoot because we didn't want to do something a certain way. And if you just do it and eliminate all those possibilities in the beginning, perfect. And finally, the signal wire for the video out for the VTX. So the camera signal wire is video in, and the VTX signal wire is video out. You've got video in coming from the camera, it's coming in from the camera, and then from the VTX, it's going out. I'm sorry, from the SC, it's going out to the VTX. So that's what this connection is here. You're sending that video in from the camera through the OSD and out through the other signal wire into the VTX and in through the airwaves. Man, those are beautiful. I wish you guys could see those. I wonder if can you guys see that shit? Nice. I like it. Okay. So now I can twist this up. And I want to maintain the twist where on the final twist, my connector will be. Also, let me show you guys this. I was proud of this, so I want to make sure you guys see it. How I ran my wires like that. How they're out of the way. I'm going to use, just kind of stick it down in there. They should not be in any kind of bind, because they fit right down in there very nicely. Okay, so there's no bind there, and they're not in the way of the plug, of the FC plug, which, by the way, I need to put in. I'm going to go ahead and put that in, at least on the bottom. I need it to go on the bottom. I don't need it to go on the top yet. I'm going to put it in the bottom and the ESC. Make sure you seat that really well. That's a common newbie mistake, as they put it in. They think it's in, it's not. There's a pin that's not quite in, or one of the pins perhaps pushed out a little bit from the plastic connector. And then next thing you know, they don't have a motor that'll spin, or they don't have something that won't power even because one of the cables pushes out. See, even from the factory, you can see that they have the red and black twisted. They did that from the factory because for the exact same reason as I explained to you guys already. It cancels out the magnetic fields between the two. Current flowing in one direction on one and current flowing in the opposite direction in the other. It cancels out the two magnetic fields that those two wires create. And it you lose your noise, your video noise. All right, so I like that. That's beautiful. What I'm going to do with this is I'll just wrap it up. I'll wrap it around here and then just kind of tuck it in out of the way. I don't want it to be like vibrating against anything, but I do want it to be accessible. And so there's that. And again, let me show you with the VTX on. Everything in place. Now you can see my VTX wires are nice and neatly out of the way and not going to interfere with the gyro at all. Sorry, when I move one way, it's like opposite on the camera, it seems like. But you guys can kind of, I know it's a little bit difficult to see, but you can see what I'm talking about. It's just real nice and neat. Okay. And then you can also see that one of my cables right on the front here. Maybe. Maybe. a little bit difficult. I got white. Let's see, the lens is kind of dirty. The light is glaring. But at any rate, you guys get the idea. It's a really nice, clean connection right there. I'm really proud of that. Like I said, it keeps the wires off the FC, and they're even out of the way of the USB-C cable or the USB-C port. So there's nothing in the way, and they're not sticking out so far that if I crash, they're going to get yanked. So pull this back apart because we are not done yet. Here's the part that I'm debating on, is I got to install the crossfire. But in order to complete the crossfire install, I have to bind it to my radio. It's been a minute since I've done that, and I don't remember. I don't know if I remember how. You know what? I can go ahead and put this buzzer in. Might as well, right? Why not? I know exactly where it's going to go. It's going to go in the exact same spot I put the other one in. Oh, I got this. I forgot to put the ground wire in for the I kind of want to call it a redundant ground. I don't want to call it a ground loop. It is more or less a redundant ground, but let me add some flux. I'm starting to get a little disorganized here. I may have to take a minute to clean up, just get shit out of the way. But I need a little bit of paste, as I stated before. Let me double check the wiring. Yep. Okay, so this pin right here is battery, and it's VCC. So both these pins right here go straight to the battery. So, and we only want ground, which is the one on my left, this one, this one here. Let me put that on real quick, and then I'll show you guys. Solder's going somewhere, but it ain't sticking to the pad. Oh, there it is. Okay. Because again, the ground pads are the hardest to solder to, because you're not just heating up that pad, you're heating up the entire fucking ground rail. And that takes a little bit of effort. That's a beautiful, beautiful little solder blob. So I got a bit too much exposed wire right here. You know, as you guys remember, I think I just cut that and then put it on. I only need enough slack. I need enough slack to be able to, while this is connected to that, if I have to pull the stack apart, that I can pull the stack off. It'll still be connected to the VTX, but I have enough space to work with it. So I'm just going to cut this bad solder joint off right here. That's the factory solder joint. And I am going to strip another little piece, about, you only need like 1 millimeter, you know, roughly-ish. Get a little bit of goo on it. I'm not sure how well this tip is going to transfer the heat to this little piece of wire, even though it should be more than enough. It is. You guys saw the way that pulled away, right? I said it should be more than enough, but yet it's pulling a tail away. Yeah. That's okay. It brought the tail with it. It didn't leave the tail on. If it did, I would have cut it off, but it didn't. It pulled it off. So now I'm going to hit it again. Oops, I got to put some paste on it. Taco, you said you have to find the beginning of the ground line for that, right? I'm not understanding your question. Can you elaborate? So I've got paste on there, plenty of solder on it. Hopefully this thing will heat that up enough. It looks like I may have a solder bridge over to the VCC. I got to double check that. If there is not a solder bridge, good God, that's close. I am going to check that. I am going to, it looks like the solder all stayed on the pad itself, but it blobbed up kind of high and it kind of like flowed over a little bit, but not over to the other pad. Like the top of the bubble, like it's flowed over just a little bit. So we got continuity. I'm going to hit the positive. I'm going to touch it. Okay. Now I'm touching the negative. Nothing. And that's VBAT. So watch what happens when I touch the positive of the battery signal. Oh, wait a minute. That should be. That's the grounds. VBAT. What the fuck? I would think that those. Oh. That's right. I don't have this cable connected. That's why. Ha ha ha. That's why. No mistake. I don't have this cable connected to the FC, so there's nothing going from anything positive up here to the ground or to the battery positive lead. So that's why that didn't check out. That's okay though. So good to go here. Now what's our next component? I'm going to do the buzzer. So the buzzer was fun because the buzzer, let me double check that. Oh, that's right. Okay. Nope. The buzzer goes to, there's two itty bitty tiny little pads right here. I thought that's where they went. I was mistaken because when I was looking at it the other night when I was doing it, I was like, no way, I cannot, how the hell am I going to do that? So the buzzer goes here on these two pads and the ground right here. So I'm going to use this pad, and this pad. So we got buzzer negative, which would be the yellow wire. We got buzzer positive, which would be the red wire. And then we got buzzer ground right here. So let me hit those pads up real quick. And we'll get those connected. And then for that wire, you're going to connect to send the ground directly to the battery or any ground. Okay. Yes, any ground to the FC is okay. I chose this ground right here because on the diagram it shows that it's VCC. Let me show you so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, shit, this is difficult. Where did it go? Where am I at? Okay, right here. Wait a minute. I got to change angles here. That'll help. If I change angles, it'll help me. So we're talking about these two pads right here. Let me zoom in on that for you guys. So you can see VCC. That's why I chose that, because it is VCC and it's right there above the ground. It's literally right above it. Again, I got to figure out how to make this camera. You see the ground? Can you see those two black wires? The one that I just soldered to that pad, it goes directly to the ground. That's why I chose that. Otherwise, you can use any ground pad. Yes, you can use any ground pad on the FC because it's all one rail. And same thing with this one, but it's right here next to the battery. It's closest to the battery, so it's got the path of least resistance. Plus, it's a thicker cable, so it has less resistance. So it'll allow more current flow through it from all your components without it like bottlenecking. Okay, so like in traffic, when you have all these lanes, you got like say 4 or 5 lanes, and then those lanes come down to converge into like say like 2 or 3 lanes. That's a bottleneck effect. And So that's kind of what you're going to deal with in an electrical situation. And so we're getting rid of that bottleneck effect by adding that ground from the battery straight to the FCC ground. So I put my buzzer right here on the last one. I didn't plan it that way. That's just when I remembered to put it in, I was like, oh crap, where am I going to put it? But there's a button on it. You have to be able to get to that button, because once you put power to this, it activates the buzzer, and as soon as you disconnect power, it'll start doing its thing, and you have to be able to get to that button to reset it. And there's two ways to do it, actually. You can either it's a 3-second press on the button, 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000. We'll turn it off. Or you can plug a battery back in for 3 seconds and then unplug it, and that'll deactivate it also. I just learned that last night. I've heard other people talk about it, but I haven't ever experienced it because, like I said, it's my first buzzers. But I watched videos just to make sure, and that's the way it was done. So it's very simple. It's very simple. Smoke a cigarette. Time to smoke a cigarette. Well, we had a couple people leave. That sucks. Oh, well. All right. So what was I doing? We're getting ready to connect the buzzer. And we're going to go here, here, and here. So we'll tin those up. Fucking solder don't even want to stick to my tip. If it ain't going to stick to my tip, it's not going to transfer the heat to the wires the way it should, which does not make sense to me if it's fucking 800 something degrees. I'll coat that real good. Now it's starting to, I don't know what it is. I'll let it sit for a few minutes and it wants to like not. And this just started doing this to me. All right, get a little dab on there. Oh, you son of a bitch. I keep cleaning it off and then. All right, that'll work. All right, I definitely have a solder bridge between my camera signal and my ground. I can see it without even looking at it in the microphone or the magnifying glass. Let me just double check to make sure. There's absolutely a solder bridge there, absolutely, and we do not want that because it's between the camera signal and ground. I do not know what that would do, but I do know it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be a good thing. So that's an easy fix. It's an easy fix. The only reason it did that though was because I was soldering to that ground pad again. You know, as I've stated, it's harder to do because it takes so much more heat, and that tip isn't putting out the heat I need. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to solder suck this, and I'm probably going to end up having to resolder that signal wire. That's okay. I don't mind, as long as you guys don't. I'd rather it be right than it be fucked up, you know? All right. Got it. Let me double check, make sure there's no micro solder bridge. There's not. I am going to resolder the signal cable anyways. I just saw something I don't like, and I don't know if it just happened. I think it did. The wire just came out a little bit. I don't like the way it's sitting, so I'm going to redo it. I'm going to add a little bit of. That wire kind of leans over towards that ground pad too, so I'm going to get that fixed up real quick, and then I'll move over. And here we go again. The solder doesn't want to stick to my fucking tip. You fucking bitch. There we go. Now it is. Give that a general wipe. All right, I just pulled that back off. I am going to add some solder to it, again, to get a nice little solder bubble on the pad. And pull up. Okay, right. When I did that, it flung solder over, but that's okay. I got it. Tiny little solder ball stuck to another pad. All right, since I am doing that, before I put that on, I'm going to go ahead and hit that ground pad up again and put a nice little ball of solder on it as well before I reconnect that video wire. Got it. Cool. Nice little bubble too. I'm going to double check just to be sure. Good. Let's check continuity before we shove wires in them. No continuity between the two. That's a good thing. It's a very good thing. Now I'm going to hit this video signal cable since it's a little bit easier to do. These silicone wires are so much nicer than vinyl covered wires because silicone wires can take the heat. Vinyl wire will, the mesh will, or not the mesh, the coating will slide back. It'll burn back. That's crap. I don't want to use that shit. But there's some components that come with it, and that sucks. This is all silicone wire, though. I haven't had any issues with it. You can tell by the coating. Silicone coating is kind of rubbery, and vinyl is like, I don't know how to explain it. All right, I gotta check that. I know it took, but oh, that's really nice. Okay, cool. Push that out of the way. Unfortunately, it angled towards. That's fine though, because my ground wire is going to come in this way. So I am going to stick this right here. And I'm going to I'm just going to route my cable up. Let me double check, make sure how I did it. Oh wait, that's right. Okay, so the crossfire, I need to tend those real quick before I even do that, before I move forward. So oh, there we go. I was like, wait a minute, where'd my diagram go? So shows you right here how to wire up your crossfire. It's pretty simple. Ground to ground, 5 volts. Do not ever power this off of more than 5 volts. You will fry it. Okay, 5 volts, RX and TX. Now, when it comes to the RX and TX, I always get confused on those. I can't remember which one's which on the ground, on the Crossfire module, because it's they're labeled as channel 1 and channel 2. I got it written down as a note on a piece of paper, and I always have to reference that. So that's what I'm going to have to do here in just a minute. I think I'm going to have to put the Crossfire on before I run my this, and the reason is I have to run this across the FC on the top, like so. It'll come straight across like that. Now, it won't, I'm pretty sure this is the gyro, so it won't affect anything. It's running across this chip, but I think that might be, I don't know which one's the gyro, which one's the OSD. But at any rate, if this causes me problems whenever I get done, I'll fix this. But the way I did it on my other one, it turned out really nice. So this is what I'm going to do. I gotta install the Crossfire before I do this because of the way I need to run my wires. My Crossfire is going to come. It's going to connect to these pads over here, and it's going to come in towards the FC and down the side right here and down. And I'm going to put the Crossfire right here on the frame, right back here. So let me go ahead and tin up these pads for the Crossfire as well. So for our receiver Crossfire, we need one R1, 5 volts and ground, and that's coming from the switch from our button here. I mean, from left or from right to left. So we got T, R, 5 volts, and ground. So let me get those soldered up or tinned up. I mean. Okay. Yes, they are. Taco, they sure are. Silent killers. The solder balls, you're right, they definitely are. And I happened to see that solder ball flying off, so that was good for me. Solder is sticking to the iron and not the pad. Boop. Boop. All right. Those are nice shiny little balls. I'm going to double check. Those are really nice, but I want to add a little bit more to this one here, which is the RX, I think. Yes, it is. It's the RX pad, RX1. And as y'all know, for Crossfire, those are beautiful. Okay, so I got to do the same thing on here. And unfortunately, okay, so you guys may or may not know this. Let me give you a little brief explanation real quick. So TBS, when they ship these out, they've got that black coating on the, there's that black coating on the antenna. And for some reason, that's an FCC regulation thing that TBS has to comply with for shipping and just in general. Like, I think it's supposed to be that, I honestly don't know what it is, but I know it's an FCC thing, but it's like a little rubber coating. It's simple. For some reason, they have to do it for FCC compliance. I don't know why. I don't know the whole backstory to that, but it's simple. It's just this little rubber coating. It comes right off. I don't know what this stuff is called. I wish I had more of it, or I wish I had some of my own, but it peels off. Essentially, you don't even really need to peel it off. You can just take the damn antenna off. So make sure you pull the antenna straight off. Bam. Okay, everything's still intact. The pad is still on and the UFL connector is still on. I had a TBS Unify Pro Nano, I think, and I had one of those UFL connectors just fucking pop right off. I mean, it just came right off. Like, what the hell? And that was dead. It was dead. So there was nothing else I could do with that. I had to take that off because I have to install. Actually, I didn't have to take it off, but that's okay. No, I did have to take it off. That's right, because I got to feed it through the hole. That's right. That's why I had to take it off. You got to feed the cable through that hole. Same thing with the antenna cable. When I put it on, I made sure that the connector, the MMCX, was pointed in the direction that it needed to be pointed, so I didn't have to twist it one way or the other. It's in the direction that I need it to be already. And the same thing with the crossfire. You put it in and make sure that the connector is facing down, because you're going to have it like this. You're going to have to cover that up, and before I can do that, I have to bind it. So we'll get this installed. And so that just fits in there like so. Pretty cool. And there's little slots here for zip ties. So I'm going to slap some zip ties on there real quick. And I'm putting the head underneath because I want the head of the zip tie to be down bottom, and just for a cleaner look, in my opinion. And I will cinch those down. Well, looks like it's just Brycely and Taco now. There was 4 people here, then 1 left, and 1 came back, and now it's just 2 people. And I'm assuming that's Taco and Brycely. Brycely's probably passing out. That's okay. You got to work tomorrow, Brycely? All right. Let me make sure that's not going to interfere with the frame. I don't think it will, because that's how I put them on the other one. That's almost how I put them on the other one. I put them on slightly different. Okay. We'll be good. We're good there. All right. So that means I need to put this piece back on, because I'm going to have to route my cables and get ready for the installation of the crossfire. So my other battery cables came out to the left. Well, if you're looking at the front of the quad, it's to the left. If you're looking at the back of the quad, it's to the right. So I'm going to match it. I'll bring these out over here too. And I had to get a zip tie in here. How did I do that? Which way did I put that zip tie on? Okay, I pulled it through like so. So I got to get in here and get that zip tie right in here, which means I have to spread it open. Get in there and give a little bit of the spread. Give some space to push that zip tie through between the standoff and the TPU. That's where I want to do the strain relief for my battery cables. Pull that through. I'll leave a little bit of slack there. Try to slide it down as much as I can. There we go. I like it. It's not putting any pressure on the coax for the antenna. That's good. All right, and then the battery leads will come out on this side, and this will strap around the battery leads without affecting the antenna, and hold the battery leads right there on that standoff. So now I got to put these back on. since this will be the final installation of this component here, I'm going to go ahead and crank down because I don't think I'll be taking this back off. I don't think I need to. So I like to torque this shit out of them. First, I got to make sure I'm not cross-threading. There we go. Felt like I was trying to cross-thread. You do not want that to happen. If you do, your standoff is fucked. Okay, and I can't tighten those down quite yet because the standoff is just twisting whenever I tighten it. Oh no, it ain't. What the hell? Oh, okay. It finally stopped spinning. I was like, what the hell? I thought maybe it was stripped or something. All right. There we go. Now they're getting tight. It was a little bit of a mess right now, but that's okay. It'll all be cleaned up here in a minute. So the battery leads, I can't connect those yet until I put my XT60 on, which I guess I could do that right now if I wanted to. Put my XT60 on, and I can zip tie that to that right there, and that I know will be where it's going to go. My MMCX has to come kind of cross over it, and then the VTX will go behind this bolt, this stack screw right here, and plug into the FC, or not the FC, the VTX. Now my crossfire, I'm gonna essentially just like fold this over, not fold it, you know what I mean, a nice bend radius. And so this will be, you always want your antenna to be connected and come across, and you want that, heat shrink over top of that to help secure the antenna in place. But before we do that, I gotta put the wires on. And before I do that, let me make sure. I'm gonna grab my notes. Now, what I did not do was I did not mark down, because channel 1 and channel 2 use the white cable and the yellow cable, and I always forget which one. I always have to go back and reference another receiver to see how I put that on so that they all stay consistently the same. So I'll look over here. I've got the yellow connected to TX, which means yellow goes to channel 2. Okay, so I put yellow on 2 and white on 1. Yellow goes to T and white goes to R. Simple enough. I wish I could just remember that, but for some reason I cannot. So yellow goes to 1 and white goes to 2. And we'll get these tinned up. These are really easy to tin because they're so small. What I have done in the past was, because you have the through holes, I have taken the wire, stuck it in the hole, and then bent it over. I don't like that, so I'm not going to do that. I decided in the past I didn't like. I think that's why the holes are there, but I don't like the way it turns out. So it's a simple, just get enough solder on the pads, and the solder will fill in the holes, and you can just solder straight down onto the pad as if it were a square pad on the FC that doesn't really have holes. I mean, they all have them tiny little holes, but I don't use header pins. I do keep them though. I kind of have a handful of them. I don't know what I'll ever use them for. I don't think they're used anymore. Cool. I have a clear plastic one, so I can go ahead and put this all together, and I'll still be able to see the bind button and push it. So that's what we'll do. So let me get these tinned up. I'm going to have to fuck with this for a minute to get that soldering iron back to where it'll accept solder. Tip tinned. Look at that. It accepted it way much. So, way much better. You do not want to hold your heat on these little pads for too long. It's it's a little too much for these. There's a lot of small components on here, and they recommend that you don't hold your heat on there for more than a few seconds, because you can essentially break loose the other components, desolder them, and I don't see any issues. We're good to go. Nice little solder balls. Now I just got to tin up all the wires. I only need one positive, one negative, channel 2, and channel 1. And then I throw these in my bin. And get these tinned up real quick. All right. Now, I did this earlier. This is awesome. It worked. Is it the safest? No, but it works. So I'll just kind of set this on here like so. And I will dip the tip of each wire into the solder, or into the flux paste. Add a little solder to the tip. Touch the wire to that solder. Add a little more solder. Now we're tinned. And we will repeat the process 4 times because we have 4 individual wires. Dip, touch, add, like it, pull away. Dip, touch, add, pull away. Dip, touch, add, pull away. Clean the tip. All right, and that's that. So let's get those stuck on. So looking at the VT, or the receiver in this manner with the antenna over here, we got channel 2, channel 1, 5 volts, and ground. So channel 2 is yellow, right? Let me double check that. I will double check that and verify again, just in case I forgot in the last 5 minutes. So I got yellow going to the, I've got yellow going to the T-pad. So yellow is coming from channel 2. Okay. All right. So yellow on channel 2. And I will dip these in flux paste again. These tips of these are like slightly bent, and if you don't grab it right and don't want to hold it in, you got to really pinch the shit out of them. Get that in there. Just like that. Double check. All right. I can actually use my magnifying glass to see this. So yellow, white, red, and black. Yellow, white, red, and black. Channel 2, 1, 5 volts, ground. Man, stupid simple. That is stupid simple. I like it. Why can't all my solder joints be stupid simple like that? Just barely touch it. It soaks it right in. It's a perfect little solder. The perfect little shiny solder ball. It's beautiful. I like it. Whoever you are that just joined, if you say hi, that'd be cool. Brycely, if you got to go, bro, I understand. All right. Another thing I've done in the past is that when I soldered these on, I soldered them into the middle. Like I would angle this wire and then angle the white one towards the red and angle the red towards the white, angle the yellow towards the red and white, and then angle the black towards the red and white. And what that did is it brought all my wires real close together right here. Oops, you guys can't see that. My hand's in the way. So what I would do was I would solder this one at an angle, solder this one at a slightly less angle that way, solder this one at a slight angle that way, and then solder this one at a little bit more of an angle so that when I bring them together, they come together right here without, you know, putting too much of a bind in the wires. That's okay. It doesn't have to be done that way. It was just something I did in the past and it worked. I liked it, but I forgot about it. So that's honestly the reason why I didn't just do it. So, all right. Perfect. Those are beautiful. I wish, can you guys see that? It's pretty sweet, pretty nice. All right, now I've got to get this and figure out how I want to get it done. We'll get these all twisted up. Oh, you know what? I gotta clean out with alcohol real quick, and I don't need to do a continuity check because I can clearly see all of those, and there is no issue. But there's a lot of residue, so I'm gonna clean that up with the alcohol real quick. I don't want that residue to stay behind. I'm just double checking on the back side to make sure that there's nothing, and there's nothing. And on the front side, it looks really good. There's some more residue. That looks really nice. I'm happy with that. Sorry, guys. Sorry. My tripod is not the most stable, but I did just bump it, so. Okay. I use wire mesh a lot too. I'm not doing it on these builds, like this wire mesh that you put your wires into. It looks really cool, and it's really nice. But if you have an issue where you have to pull it apart, it kind of sucks. So for these builds, I'm not using them because although I am trying to make them as neat as possible and pretty, I'm not going for that super, let me show you real quick. Clean look, you know what I mean? I'm going for that. Looks really fucking cool. And I did it to all the wires inside. It cleans them up, makes I just found a couple of loose screws. But I don't fly this quad that often. I did it first. It was really cool. I love it. It's a pretty sweet little quad. It's an Acrobat Duo. But this is one of the ones that I dressed up real nice. It's a pretty sweet little thing. And it flies pretty good. I even did all the green, see the washers. It's pretty sweet. Pretty little cool rig. Pretty cool little rig, I mean. So I did that. I did that wire mesh thing to a bunch of them, and it just adds another element of complexity to it, but also it's nice. It does look nice when you're done. But again, because I want these, I need to be able to switch arms. I need to be able to switch motors and all that shit between one to another if I have to. Say if I blow out, I crash and I blow out a motor, and then I go fly the replacement quad and I crash that and blow out a motor. Well, I can just pull the motor off of one of the other quads, or one of the other quad, and rock on, man. All right, so we got that. Now I got to connect the antenna. And remember, as I stated, you always want the antenna connected here and running back because you need that extra support. So we're going to curl the antenna over. Do not fold it. Absolutely do not fold it. Do not put a crease in that. And you know what else? I need to put those standoffs back in too before I do that, so I know that what kind of clearances I'm working with. I have two standoffs that go here. I took them out just to have a little bit of extra space to work with. So I need to get them back in before I forget and fuck up and forget that they're there and put something in the way. You have to change the direction of what, Taco? You talking about your wire, your antenna? Okay. Well, now you understand why you have to do that, right? At the same time, well, you're already bound, so it won't be an issue for you. For me, the bind button is right there, and I'm gonna attach this right here, so it still should not be an issue for me. Although I will ensure when you snap these back together, because you got a pin. There's a pin. Okay, so the antenna is the female side, and the pin is on the. There's a pin inside here, so you want to make sure that you get that back together without folding that pin over. These things are so. Got it. Okay. So you just bring that around. Try to keep clear of the. So you just run it at a diagonal like that. If you run it like. Let me see if I can get in here and show you guys. So try to run it like. Almost like an S shape or a C shape or something like that. So it goes. Can you guys see that? You can't see that. Okay, hold on. All right, what I'm talking about. So here's where the antenna connects. My bind button is right here. So I want the antenna to run across the board without running across my bind button. So it's essentially going to come out over here on the same side as the yellow. Okay, channel 2. So I'm going to run it in a way like that, so it stays off. Damn it, my finger's in the way. I think you guys know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, I think you know what I'm trying to say. I want it to run over and then out like this. so it stays away from my bind button. And it'll be mounted right here, so I'll be able to get to the bind button. And since I have the clear plastic heat shrink, I can see it, which is really cool. Now, get that ready to go. I'm ready to do that. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, fuck. Haha. It's got to go on over here. Ha ha ha. I almost fucked up. Well, I didn't really almost fuck up, but it was almost like. All right. Now, as long as my bind button stays clear, so I can get to it, and it is, well, good. All right, I'm going to add fire to this. I don't know what that's going to look like on camera. I don't know if it'll saturate it or if you guys will actually see the flame, but here goes. Man, that's a really big piece of frickin'. I got a fan on. It's not helping me any. All right. There we go. Now she's shrinking up. That's not a very tight piece of shrink tube, so I have some spares of the clear. Let me double check. Where did I put that? Oh, here we go. First try. Look at that. That's that. Oh, that stuff will really shrink up on it. Okay. This is like plasticky, and this is like rubbery. So, and it did not, I don't like the way it shrunk up on it. It really is not providing any, you know what? That's fine. I'm not even going to mess with it. That's fine. I can live with that. All right, cool. So I will, now we need to double side stick that. I use the 3M stuff made by Scotch, or Scotch made by 3M. It's some good shit. I think I was telling you guys about this the other night. It sticks really good, and when you don't need it to stick, you just pull it and stretch it, and it'll come right off. So I cut it as wide, roughly as wide as the receiver, and roughly as long as the receiver. And I always save the little bits that I cut off because you can use them somewhere else. So I just stick them back on, out of the way, and I'll reuse it somewhere else. Do it all the time. Stick that on. This stuff sticks so good, it's hard to even get the backing off of it. It's such a pain in the ass. But it works so good. It works so good. So, all right. So I want the crossfire to be inside the frame. I don't want any part of it hanging outside of the edge that can potentially catch on something or, you know, catch it in any way. but I need the bind button to be right there. So, and it is. It's stuck really good. This stuff works so well. And now my wires will come around here. Give them a little more twist. Okay. And here we are getting back into the nitty gritty of shit. So let's do it. You ready, Taco? I am. Bryce Lee, you still awake? Go to bed, boy. It's 12 o'clock. You got 4 hours. So I will take and push some slack down in here. You know, you always need a little bit of slack, you know, in case something happens. Now I'm going to, like I said before, and this is why we had to do the I keep trying to call this the VTX, the RX, before we do the buzzer, because of the way I'm going to route the cables. Now the cables are going to run. Okay, let me show you something. Right here, and I don't know if you can see that. You kind of can see it. I can kind of see it. So right here is a whole strip of LEDs. These are FC LEDs, and I'll read them to you. They're indicator lights for, where'd it go? Why aren't they showing on here? That's right there, and they're right there. Oh, there they are. Okay, so they're indicator LEDs for your gyro, MCU, 9 volt, 5 volt. So there's 2 voltage regulators, 5 volt 1, 5 volt 2, 3.3 volt, and VCC. When I powered up my other quad, I'm not sure what the MCU is, but when I powered up my other quad, every light came on but the MCU. I don't know what MCU is, Master Control Unit. I don't know. I don't know what MCU stands for when it comes to these computer components. So, but anyways, like I said, when I powered up the other one, they were all on except for that one. And my other quad, Purple People Eater, has the same thing. And I looked at it, and it doesn't have them all lit up either. So I don't think it's an issue. So at any rate, because they're indicator lights to indicate whatever the hell it is that they're supposed to indicate, I want them to be clear. So what I did was I ran my wires right here, right behind them. I mean, right behind them, so I can still see the wires. And then what I'm going to do is I'll branch off each wire just like that, real nice and neatly, coming from the inside of the FC to the outside of the FC. And then when I get to put the buzzer in, that'll be over here. Wait a minute, how am I running out of space? For some reason, something's different over here. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. All right, cool deal. No issue. So I got to put the buzzer in, and it'll run, the wire will run right with it and go straight to its pads like that, and it should be okay. If I have issues with that, which I hope like hell I don't, but if I do, I'll have to run the wires in between the ESC and the FC on the bottom side of the FC. I'll have to run them through and come up and out. So like these, I'll have to run them underneath and come out and then fold them over and solder them on if that's what I have to do. I hope I don't have to do that, but if that's what I have to do, if I start having tuning issues, because I don't know which one of these is the gyro. One's the gyro and one's the OSD. And I don't know which one's which. It doesn't show me on here which one's which. No, I wish it would, but it doesn't. So anyways, this is the way we're going to do it. And like I said, if I have problems, I'll come back later and I will change those. All right, so channel 2 is yellow. Channel 2's got to go to TX. So TX is the first pad. So it's going to go yellow, white, red, ground. So from my right to left, yellow, white, red, ground. And let's do it. So I'm going to get the length I need. Like I said, a little slack. I'll push some wire down in here. You always want to leave a little slack. Always want some slack if you can. I'll route my cables this way. I already know that I can cut them off right about here. So I'm going to cut these off. Well, you know what? I'm going to untwist them and cut them as I need them. So I need the yellow. The yellow, the white, the red, and the black. All right, I don't like the way these are. I'm going to retwist these because I don't like the way they're lining up. You guys can't see, I keep putting my fucking hands in the way. I can't help it though. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut these right here. All right, yellow, white, red, black. So I want my yellow and white, red, and then black. Now my wires are twisted the way my wires will come off in order. I like it. I like it a lot. So get that out of the way. Get some slack down in there. Make sure I got what I need. Keep that kind of tight. I know that needs to be cut right there. I'm going to go ahead and solder that on. No, I'm not. I'm going to wait. I better wait. So I'll put that right there. Get my white one lined up. White one needs to be cut right there. No need to save a tiny little piece of wire like that, okay? I know I said waste not, want not, but that's absolutely useless. So yellow, white, and to nip just a tiny bit more off of that white. I'm not going to fuck with it. Then the red. So if you don't know what I'm doing, you don't understand what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to cascade the wires. So they all come out of the twist, and they're in the shape they need to be for their connection. All right. Now I got to cut, or I'm sorry, I got to strip, tin, and stick. Strip, tin, stick. All right, how am I going to do this? See if I can pinch these. No, I don't like that. I don't have enough control. And again, you only need like a millimeter-ish. You know what I mean? Just enough wire poking out to cover with solder to stick in that tiny, itty bitty little fucking solder blob that we have on the pad. Okay, man, I love that silicone wire. It strips so easy. It's so nice. I need to keep my wires relatively in the same order that I want them to cascade out of the twist with. If I don't, then it's a bitch. What the fuck? I can hear somebody's phone ring and I don't have a... It's like a house phone. That's weird. I could hear somebody's phone ringing outside. All right. So I am going to dabble the old flux paste on each one of these wires. I need my damn magnifying glass. Those things are so small. So I gotta bring my magnifying glass over here in a way that I can see these wires. All right. Okay. Just a nice coating. I'm trying not to get too much on them. It's kind of a little bit harder to control doing it this way than it is just to dip them in, but it works. Okay. Hey, what's up, just a name? How you doing, man? How long can you hang out, dude? Oh, you're on the you're in fucking mountain time, so it's like it's still early for you. Got a little piece of, yeah, got it. Okay, that was like a little piece of that black stuff that I took off the antenna to get the antenna off the receiver. Was stuck to it. Oops, sorry guys. Sorry about that. I promise if I continue to do this, Justin, I think I need to have a conversation with you, buddy. Yeah, man, I think you and I need to collaborate on something. All right. I don't want to do this over the FC. Try to get that out of the way. At least not over top of the FC. Okay, there we go. I can live with that. Except I can barely see them. All right. So I got solder on the tip. That transfers the heat straight to the wire. The flux pulls it right in. It's nice. All right. And we'll start one by one, slapping those biatches in. It'd be helpful if I can use my magnifying glass without being in your guys' way. See that? I think that'll work. That's not completely in your way. There we go. I need a drink. I try not to slurp like Bardwell does, but kind of can't help it. All right. So, I don't think that's going to work. That is in my fucking way. I can get this twisted, push back down. There we go. Give it a little twist so it'll lay the way I want to. All right. I think what I'm going to have to do is come across it like so. I'm going to have to solder with my left hand. Get this over here somehow. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get set up where I can see everything really clearly. And that'll do it. But I have to solder with my left hand. No big deal. So we need yellow, white, red, black, right? And let's just double check and verify that. So it's TX, which is channel 2, which is yellow. Okay. Channel 1 goes to RX, which is white. So yellow, white, red, black. All right, we are good. We have checked, double checked, and verified. We gotta add a little solder. Oh, it's gonna do that shit again. I gotta fuck with this tip. Yeah, when I get done with this build, I'm gonna figure out how to either clean these tips or buy some new ones. Just gotta get it really coated. Some solder. Cleaning off all of it now. All my fucking solder. I need another more solder. All right, here we go. Where's my other tweezers at? Boom, got it. Solder, quick touch. I can't do that. That's not right. I got to do it with my right hand. I'm gonna have to flip the quad and everything around. I don't know what that's gonna do for what you guys can see, but I gotta have this in a way that I can do it with my. I got to be able to solder it with my right hand. I am right-handed. I mean, there's things I can do with my left hand and my right hand, but there's things that have to be done with my right hand. You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean. I know you know what I'm talking about. So too much shit in the way. Okay. So it looks like the yellow wire actually did take, and it looks like it's probably a really decent solder. So I can leave that alone. Well, now I got to get it set back up for the right-handed soldering. Cool. So yellow, white, red, black. Got the yellow on. Sorry, guys. I am trying to stay out of your way, and I know that is not out of your way. I need to clip my white wire down just a little bit. It's still just a touch long for the way I want this to work, the way it's going to work, look the way it's going to look. So I have to re-snip this. Give me 1 second. I know my hand's in the way. I promise you all I'm doing is snipping a wire. I just got to cut it down a little bit. Got it cut. Now I have to re-strip it and tin it. Okay, that was easy. Put a little dab of juice on it. So I had solder on the tip already, but it's kind of dirty, so I'm going to put another little dab on there. Hit it up. Okay, got it. I'll try to keep my hand out of the way. I keep moving shit that's in my way, but it's shit that I need to be in my way because I need it. All right. Is my hand in the way? It is in the way. Let me rotate a little bit more, move the camera. There we go. You guys can't really see that too well, but we're just putting the white wire on now. Son of a bitch. Okay, the issue is that my black and red wire, my red and black wire are under the white wire, the way it comes off the twist. So it's making it a little difficult for me to get the white wire. Never mind, I got it pushed down onto the pad the way I needed it. So when I hit it with a soldering iron, it'll actually go down into the solder. I got a solder bridge just now. It's really fucking bridged, but that's okay. I know how to fix it. And I got a good solder there. All right, let me fix the bridge. All right, so that means I'm gonna have to suck the solder and re-tin the pad, as you've seen me do already a couple times. That's the positive pad to the, so it won't work. It has to be sucked off. Sucked off, I'm sorry, that sounds funny. Oops, a little premature. Got it. Now I gotta inspect it with the okay. The bridge is gone, completely gone. But I don't like the solder joint that was left behind now, even though it was a good solder joint to begin with. Well, it would have been if it weren't bridged. Oh, no problem. Let me dab a little bit of flux on there. Too much. There we go. Okay. Gotta make sure to hold it in place. Get a little bit of solder. And hit that tip again. Got it. Nice. Got it, got it, got it. I am going to inspect it a little bit closer. I really like it. Now what I'm going to do, I got to re-tin that positive pad because some of the solder went, I pulled a lot of it off whenever I sucked it. So, not a problem. Let me get a little dab of flux on there. Should work. And then I will put a little more solder back on it. Boom. Perfect. All right. Got it. All right. So now we're connecting the positive wire. Now these wires are cascading over top of a 3.3 volt pad, an SF port pad, and an RSSI pad. I don't need those pads. So the fact that these wires are crossing over top of them is not an issue to me, and it won't be an issue in the future because I don't need those pads for anything. So that's okay. I looked at that. Well, I didn't really look at it, but I've got everything on the board that I'm going to need except for, okay, well, if I do add a GPS, I will need that 3.3 volt. So I'll deal with that in time, but I don't know if I'm ever going to add GPS to these rigs. I am going to build a long range rig once I get moved because, like I said, I don't know if you guys heard me the other day, I have my new house. When you sit on the back deck, about 2 or 3 miles out, you can see the mountain range. It's Appalachian Mountains. I live in Pennsylvania, so it's Appalachian Mountains, all right? They're not mountains like Smoky Mountains. They're really more or less foothills, but they're still mountains. They're considered mountains. But they're nothing like if you go see the Rockies or something like that. Nothing like that. Probably, Taco, you probably have some really nice mountain ranges in Mexico too, so you probably know what I'm talking about. But the fact of the matter is, is that from my deck, you can see that mountain range real nice. It's probably only a couple, 3 miles out. It's line of sight. Would make a great flight for a nice line of sight rig, or a nice long range rig. So I almost soldered that to the negative, only because I picked up and moved away, and when I came back it was laying over top of the negative, and I almost did that. And now I got a fucked up solder joint. Shit. Alright, hold on. I'll get it fixed. These pads are really small. Like, these aren't something a beginner should be working with. I'm not a beginner, but I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just generalizing. A beginner shouldn't be working with something like this small, because it's, all right, I think I don't have any solder bridges. I gotta inspect it a little bit closer. It looks good. I gotta put the ground on. I'll double check again, and then we'll do continuity tests. We'll do a continuity check. Okay, I had just a little bit of a difficult time with that one. It's okay though. My soldering iron just doesn't want to transfer the heat. There we go, got it. All right, I'm going to inspect those under 4-time magnification. Looks really good. Now we're going to hit it with the continuity tester. Because, you know, test, test, test. So I will do each pad next to the next. Nothing. 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 That was me touching the... Okay, guys, we're good. That's good. Those are good solid solders. They're not terribly ugly. Not as good looking as the VTX and all that shit, but they are fairly nice looking. So now we're going to run the... We're going to install the... So, as I've stated already, I know where that's going. Where the fuck did my antenna go? Did it go down underneath? Okay, that's what it did. Okay, cool. Okay. Everything's fitting just a slightly little bit different than it did on the other rig. And the only thing that I did different was I snipped some off of here. I snipped a little bit off of here on the end that went into the ESC to get rid of the nasty factory solder and put in my own solder. By doing so, I snipped off like that much. So I changed the length of it, which is changing the way it wants to sit in there. I can probably, no, I cannot do that. I need to, I have to, I can't put the XT60 on yet because I've got to change tips. So, and I still got to solder these. So we'll solder these first, and I'll put the XT60 on, and then I can get that buttoned up, and then we can get the VTX put on. Fucking hey, guys, we're about done. We're about done. I mean, I'm not going to do any configuration or anything, at least not tonight. I mean, I am going to configure it. It just isn't going to happen on the live stream tonight. I will, if you guys want, let me see, what's today, Sunday? I work Monday and Tuesday. I'm off Wednesday night and Thursday night. So if you want to do it Thursday night, if you guys are interested, I'll wait till Thursday night and we'll do the configuration together on, we'll do it on live stream. I don't know how well. I think that'll work just fine. Y'all can see the computer screen okay, right? So yeah, if you guys want to do that, if you're interested, Taco, Justin, or is your name Justin? Well, I'd be happy to do that. I'll show you guys what little I know about how to set up my quad. All right, onto the buzzer. I need some double-sided tape, and remember when I said I always cut off the little extra bits and I save them because they can be used for something else? Well, guess what? You see how small that little guy is? I think that one right there is perfect. I gotta square it up a little bit. It's a little bit off square. I'll just nip it a little bit, and I'm not gonna save that tiny little sliver. Okay. This little thing is fucking sweet. That's a 1S. That is a 1S lithium battery. Okay. And it is capable of running this buzzer for several hours. I forget what the directions say. I read them last night. I don't remember what they say. I would like to show you guys real quick, so you, in case you don't know, you will know. So for the first 40 seconds, it just does a little low volume beep, and then it does max volume every 5 seconds. So after a half hour to an hour, from 1/2 hour to an hour, it will do max volume every 10 seconds. And then after 1 hour, it'll do a max volume every 20 seconds. It doesn't say how much it'll last, though. I thought it did. The charge time is 1.5 hours, but it charges while it's connected to your, charges off your LiPo. So while you're running your quad, it automatically charges. It's got a charge, a circuit in it so that it will allow it to charge. All right, so you guys see how I have the wires here, okay? And as I stated before, this is the LED strip from the FC right here. And I just want these to run right here behind them where I can still see them from the side of the quad. And they're out as far to the edge as possible without covering them up. Now, I gotta run the buzzer wire in here, and the buzzer wire, I'm gonna wrap it around here once or twice, but it's gonna run right here with it and then break off where it needs to go. So it's pretty simple. So it looks like it's just you and me, Taco, and I know Bryceley's there, but he's passed out, so it's just you and me. Just a name left, looks like. So got a little bit of space right here. That's where we're putting it. Okay. So it's far enough inside of the frame. Just need to be able to get to that button right there. And it needs to be protected by the frame. It's inside the frame. It's on the inside edge of the frame, so it should be good. It definitely won't get hit by any props, but can't say that it won't get snagged by tree branches. I didn't fly for a couple days, or for a few days, because my quad was down. And I was trying to build these and repair my quad. I finally got my quad repaired this morning. It was the first thing I fucking did because I wanted to fly, man. I ain't flying a few days. And I went and flew my very first pack and slammed it into a tree. First time I put it in a tree, it took me 3 hours to get it out. Today it took me 5 minutes. It was awesome. But I just put fresh motors on, fresh props, and I didn't quite destroy the first set of props, but I did damage them, so I went ahead and changed them out. I usually fly my props until they can't be used anymore. I'm going to do that over here. So I just ran it over in front of the capacitor, just like I'm doing now, and okay, that'll work. That works for me. So I just ran it right in front of the capacitor, right across the capacitor, and then right like this. But in order to get it to stay the way I need it to stay, I have to put one wrap. I have to take this bundle of twisted up wires from the buzzer and give one twist around the bundle of twisted up wires for the receiver. And I need to do that so that the wires will stay tight in that location and down that line down the middle of the board. I contemplated putting a zip tie on. I chose not to do that, at least not between the FC and the VTX, but it looks like I have a spot right here where I can do that, actually, now that I think about it. I didn't do it on the first one, but I am probably going to go ahead and do it right here. We'll see. So I need a twist because I need it to come over, and it's got to be right here like this. So I do not need the zip tie, I don't think, as long as that'll stay like such. Okay, so I got to cut that there, and the ground has got to come over the furthest. So I got to untwist these. I'm getting hungry. Shit. All right, so on the buzzer, oh, that's what I need. Yep. So the buzzer. Oh, I got to look at the buzzer diagram, not this diagram, because that's a different buzzer. That is not a ViFly buzzer or anything like that. That's not. This is the buzzer that it shows on here is just a single positive and negative, just a regular buzzer. This ViFly, the V-Fly, or ViFly, I say ViFly. Everyone else says V-Fly. The V-Fly buzzer has the ability to be controlled from a switch, which is why you have 5 volts BZ positive, then you have BZ, which is yellow, and ground. So I do kind of essentially need this diagram yet because I need to know which one's positive and which one's buzz positive and buzz negative, and then ground. So there's a difference. Buzz positive is the actual, I think it's 5 volts. I think they said it was a 5-volt pad for the buzzer. Then the buzz negative or buzz minus is not negative. It's buzz minus for the control, and then you run the other the ground to the ground. So the positive is on the right. Okay, so I wish I knew if that was the gyro or the frickin' OSD. I have a feeling that's the gyro. And if it is, I'm going to have problems with this. So I need red to be on the right. The black will come all the way over here to that ground pad that I tinned up already. I just got to untwist these. Okay. So if you're just joining in, as I just saw somebody just join in, we are almost done with this. Oh, it must have been you, Justin, or just a name. I think you left and came back. All right. And then the ground is going to go right there. And of course, we got to goober them up. Okay. Let's push those over to the side, rotate this around. So the pads are already tinned and ready to go. We just got to tin up these wires and stick them, lick them and stick them. Okay. All right, get back in a position where we can weld, solder, weld. Okay. All right, I'm going to double check and verify that positive is on the right. Okay, so I'll hit the yellow signal wire on the buzzer negative first. I'm gonna have to, those pads are so damn small. There we go, I can see them now. Those suck. I need this over here. Okay. all of a sudden my wire wouldn't reach. I'm like, about freaked out. Just because I wrapped it around the standoff by accident. Or not the standoff, the stack screw. All right. A little solder. Oh, I forgot to. Definitely needs a dab of goober on it. Okay. Now we need a little dab of solder. Ow, motherfucker. Bam. Dab of goober. Just the name. Did you just leave my live stream to go check out Taco's channel? Fucker. I'm just kidding. Bam. Those are some nice looking solder joints. I'm actually really impressed with these. I'm having some good, some nice solder joints coming out of here. I like it. I think I'm going to have to, I got to trim my negative real quick. It's just a touch long, so I got to pull that back. I got to strip just a tiny bit more sheeting off of it. And then cut about 1 millimeter of wire off of it. I think I'm good. I am. That's perfect. Okay, cool. But now I got to tin it again. Not a problem. Put a little goober on it. There is a small little component that I'm not sure what it is. It's in my way. How the hell did I do that the other day? Let me take a look. And there's no way I can see that. I don't know what that tiny little component is, but it is right in my way. But I think I can manage. God damn it, get on there. Okay. Might burn my finger, but whatever. It's for science. Got it. Ha 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 ha, Taco. Ha ha ha. That's funny. Well, now it looks like it's just me and you, Taco. Damn. That's okay. I think we're about done. No solders. Those solder joints are pretty sweet. Like, really fucking nice. Holy shit. I am so proud of those, and I can't even show them. So I'm going to do my continuity checks again real quick, just to make sure nothing there. Nothing there. I already did these, but we'll do them again, just to check. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay. So all good there. I need to clean up the FC with some alcohol. And then we will be, well, I can't put the top on because I have to grind these down. And it's too late to do that right now. It's freaking 12:30 at night, so I can't be doing that right now. But let me scrub this down real quick. I still got to put my XT60 connector on. All right, man, I got to light up the smoke. Okay, my man. So we are to the point of now finalizing our connections. I'm going to plug in the ESC and FC. Harness wire, pins up top. Give that a little twist. And get those pins up top. Give a good push. Make sure it's all seated, and it is. Now I need to put my camera plate back on. Okay. Before we even do that, I got to plug the camera in. Pins up top, pins up top. Okay. Okay, Taco. Let me see some pictures, man. When you get it rebuilt, you can either comment them here or you can find me on Facebook. You find me under my name on Facebook, which is Josh Springer, and show me what you got, man. Show me your before and after. I really wish I could put a zip tie right here, but I don't think it's going to sit well. So but that's it, man. God damn it. It gets confusing trying to figure out how to move it. There we go. Yeah, see it? Pretty nice. I'm happy with it. I'm about to quit smoking cigarettes too, Taco. I've been talking about it for months now, and I'm an off and on smoker. I'll smoke for like a year or two. I've been smoking for a year and a half now. I've been smoking off and on since I was 15. I'm 43, and I always smoked for like a year, 2 years, and then I quit for a couple years, and then for some reason I get back into it. And I had quit smoking while I was in school, and then as soon as I started working at the job that I work at, I started smoking again, man, because I hate the job so much. I'm like, I need a cigarette break, so I started smoking. And I'm to the point now where I'm ready to quit. Plus, it'll save me $250 a month because $10 a pack, $8 a pack. I figure if I save $250 a month on cigarettes, that gives me $250 a month more for drone parts. So, and I don't think I finished saying what I was going to say earlier. I am going to build a long range rig because of where I'm living in the mountain range, and I'm going to do a long range rig, and I think I'll probably live stream that too. Put this camera plates back in. All right, camera plate in. When I first got these camera plates, they were cut just not quite right, and I had to file them down a little bit. And fucking bug. I think it was in my hair. I felt something. I got my window open, and tiny little bugs are coming through the screen. For the light. So there's cameras in. Let me put these wires back down the way they're supposed to go. I can put my rubber O-rings in. And we'll get the VTX on. There we go. I couldn't get the damn thing down behind that grommet the way I wanted it. So that's good. Wires down out of the way. I'm just going to tuck this down here. Remember I said I want it to be accessible. So I'm just going to tuck it out of the way. I got to slap my O-rings on, 2 on each post. That gives me the clearance I need between the VTX and the FC. So there's airflow, and Whoops, I really just did that. Okay, now for the VTX, plug that little wire in first. Now I'll put it on first. It's on, and now I can plug the wire in. Now that doesn't just look like a little clump of wires sitting there like it did just a second ago. Now it makes more sense to whoever is joined and hasn't been keeping up. So as you can see, there's the little, now just push that down right there. Looks pretty neat, out of the way. And it's almost a direct connection. So that's good. Now what I got to do, four nuts to four M3 nuts. And here's what I do. I put the nuts on. Okay. All right, now here's what I do. I've got plenty of space between everything, but what's most important for me, and I don't know if you can see this. Yeah, you can. So what I'm looking at here is you can see the space between the VTX and the pin connector for the pin header for the FC that goes down to the ESC. I want to keep a little bit of a gap there, but I also want to compress these some. I want to put some compression on them so that there is some tension. They're still soft mounted. They're still anti-vibration. It's still going to have anti-vibration properties, but it's going to have some compression. And that compression is, I'm not taking all the compression out of the gummies. So I am putting compression into them, but I'm not completely squishing them. But it does make everything tight. See how that all moves up and down? You still want a little bit of movement. So what I'm going to do is I push down and I just tighten I don't even tighten them. I spin them until they stop. Spin it until it stops. Because it's going to stop how I have it pushed down. Spin it until it stops. Spin it until it stops. I will check my clearances. I still have at least 1, if not 2 millimeter gap in between the VTX and the header pin. That is a bad angle, but you get the gist. So there's space there. There's enough space that I can still compress these just a hair. And that compression will still keep the stack soft mounted and will keep tension on these bolts or on these nuts, okay? Now, on one of my other rigs, the Purple People Eater, I did the same thing. I put these steel nuts onto the stack, and then I came back behind over top of them and put plastic nuts because I thought the vibration would make these nuts spin off, but they don't move. They actually don't. They don't move. I'm shocked. They don't move, and I think that's because there's compression underneath them. You put you just press down and then spin these until it stops. You don't have to tighten them. You just spin them until they stop. Then you have some compression on the whole stack, but it's all still anti-vibrate. There's still some anti-vibration qualities there. And yeah, guys, I think let me put these XT60 connectors on, and we will put an antenna on it, and we're going to put power to it. See what happens. But not without this. Even though we did continuity checks all the way through the system, I will still use this first. And I'm going to do more continuity checks. Even though I've already done these continuity checks, I'm going to do it again. All right, now here comes the fun part. I got to turn my, should have thought of that a minute ago. I got to turn my soldering iron off and let it cool down. We're done wiring everything up. I know where everything's at. I'll just have to look at the wiring diagram whenever I go to do configuration. Then I'll know what everything is on based where it's at. I already know where it's all at. You know, I connected it the same way that the wire diagram shows. So all I have to do is go back and reference my wire diagram. Then I know which UART to enable for my RX, and I know which UART to enable for my VTX. I'm not going to mess with that tonight. Like I said, I think Wednesday night I'll do another video if you guys are interested. If I can wait that long, because I really am dying to fly these rigs. But I can wait. I've already been waiting like freaking. It's taken me months to gather up all these parts, a couple months to gather up the frames, all the parts that I needed, and all that shit. So I can wait a little bit longer. That snaps in place. I will push this down underneath the standoff. The VTX coax will essentially sit in between that stack screw and the VTX itself. And I have to grind these down in order for the top plate to go on, because they're a little bit long. And that's what I had to do. I had to get longer screws, and I couldn't get an in between. Between the one that they supplied and the one that I have, I couldn't find an in-between size. So I just had to go with the long ones. I had to buy these long ones for other stack screws on other builds, and that's all I had them on hand. But if you see, if I put this where it meets the standoff and push it over, it hits. So I got to grind that down like freaking almost the same width as the plate, but the top plate. That's okay, because I did it on these ones. I did it on this one, and you can see that there's plenty of space there in between the stack screw and the top plate. I ground it with a Dremel. Man, that one looked like it was touching, but it's not. There's like a good millimeter or two gap there, so we're good on that. Like I said, I got to do the same thing to the red one. I'm going to go ahead and I got to swap out my tips, and then we will get the XT60 connector on. Whenever I do XT60 connectors, that's a lot of freaking metal. It takes a while to get it hot. It gets so hot that the pins will actually move. They'll bend over, and they'll slide in and out. So what I like to do is I take another, put them together. Okay. I know that this is the quad side, and this is the battery side. Just to verify, here's the battery. Same connection. This is the quad. Very important. Negative, positive. So the negative goes on the tapered side. Now, one day, I was flying. I had a prop strike my power cable. I had to, hold on, I gotta make some adjustments here. I do not like the way, over, there we go, that's what's gonna happen. I think I'm gonna have to put a different piece of double-sided tape on that buzzer, I hope. I think I'm gonna have to put another piece of double-sided tape on that buzzer, but I'll fuck with that whenever it comes down to it. So I cannot cut any more of these. I can't afford to lose any more of the wire. I already cut some off. So I got to hit it up and fill it up with my solder, my leaded solder. And then we'll fill up the XT60. But anyways, what I was saying was, I was flying one of my quads one day. I had a prop strike to the power cable. No big deal, but I had to fix it. So I put a new XT60 connector on. Wasn't paying attention. I got sidetracked is what happened. I was in the middle of soldering and I got sidetracked. Stopped what I was doing, came back, and I soldered positive to negative, negative to positive. I did not connect it to the short a short saver because all I did was take one thing off and put one thing back on, and well, I saw the magic smoke. But I thought my stack was going to be done. It was not. I could not believe it. I fixed the XT60 connector. I took it back apart, swapped it back around, and I took the quad apart. I took the stack apart and I inspected it. I found the components that let out some smoke, and it was a MOSFET. It was a MOSFET on the ESC, but I plugged it in and unplugged it so fast, and I think that's what saved it, because the second I plugged it in, things weren't right. I mean, I went boop, boop, like that, and I tore it apart and inspected it, and I found a MOSFET that had where the solder had bubbled up, where the MOSFET legs go into the board, and I think that was all the damages it did. It just made it real hot that it boiled up the solder that was holding everything in place. And that was it. I put everything back together and the damn thing still flew, but I didn't trust it. I ended up selling that quad, but before I did, I took it apart and I sold it as parts. And I took the bad ESC out. As a matter of fact, it's right here. It's an Acon, this ESC right here. And you can't see it in the camera, but the damage took place on the MOSFET right here. But there's no damage. All it did was boil up the solder. So yeah, man, this thing still flew. It still worked, but I didn't trust it. And so when I sold the components, I had an extra one of these, and it was a complete stack. So when I sold them, I put the brand new one with the FC and sold it like that, and I kept this one because I didn't want to sell it and be like, yeah, it's good, and then something happened while he was, whoever bought it was flying it. So I keep double checking this connector because I keep talking and getting sidetracked. So I keep pulling it back apart and make sure I've got it right. This is the quad side. This is the battery side. This is the negative side. This is the positive side. So I just keep that in mind. And I will double check and triple check as we go. So here comes the fun part, because this is a bitch. You probably know what I'm talking about if you've built a quad. Do I have another drone to fly in the meantime? Just a name, you're already gone, but yeah, I do. I have a few. I had more, but I got rid of them. And then the one that I tend to fly the most is the Purple People Leader. It's on the floor over here back behind me. That's the quad that for whenever I go fly, that's the one I always grab. So I think it's my favorite quad, at least until now. All right. So that was another thing. I got tired of, I had 11 or 12 different quads, and they all had different components. And it was like if I crashed and I broke something, and I grabbed another quad and it crashed and I broke something, well, now I got to order all these different parts. So that's one reason why I decided to do this. I wanted to go down to two quads. Well, not just two quads, but I wanted to have two identical quads that I'm going to fly and crash and bash, and those are going to be my main quads, and that's what these are for, because I'm still learning stuff. Still learning how to fly. I mean, I know how to fly, but there's certain aspects of flying that I want to do, like bandos and stuff like that. So, and I don't know how to do that yet. Gaps are hard for me yet. I still don't trust. When I hit a gap, I don't trust. What do I say? It looks different in your FPV camera than it does looking at it. The hole always looks so much smaller to me, and I get so scared and nervous when I go to hit a gap. And I don't want to be like that. I want to be able to. I want to be able to get the confidence to do that, and I've been working on building that up. There's my daughter's school is right across the street from where I live, and it is got some pretty cool spots to fly. It's got some pretty cool gaps, but the problem is those gaps are steel and concrete. So when I crash, it does damage. I got a little too much solder on here, so I'm trying to see if I can suck. Well, it looks like I've sucked out all I can get. I'm going to have to put solder back in it again. But I had way too much. That'll work. It was really the negative one that had way too much. I had a big solder ball at the top of it. Okay. So, this is the fun part. Fun. Let's fill up this thing. We got to fill these things up. And now, did I pull it away in? I got to double check. This is the part we want. Okay. Let me get a little paste in here. Put a little bit of solder flux in here. I don't usually do this, but I had a hard time with it the other night. I had to get it so fucking hot to get the solder to flow in there. And I forgot to connect the other piece to it. I got the pin to move, and I was like, oh shit, I forgot to connect a piece to it. So I pushed the pin back the way it needed to be, let it cool down, put another one, or connected the other piece to it, and got it done. It worked. So, all right. We're literally going to like fill this shit up with solder. Solder on the tip to transfer the heat. I'm sorry you can't see what I'm doing, but I am literally just filling this thing up with solder. Just filling it up. Perfect. All right, I gotta let that cool for a second. That's a whole lot of metal. Takes a whole lot of heat, and it's gonna hold it for a minute too. Now we'll dabbing it with a screwdriver ain't gonna cut it on these big old fat wires. I'm gonna have to take the wire and dip it in. So we'll get that goobered up. Nice. Okay. And get these. How am I going to do this? How did I do it the other night? How did I do this the other night? I don't remember how I did it. So this would be the positive side. Oh crap, I almost forgot something. Almost forgot something important. Where did it go? So what I'm looking for is the end that will snap on here and cover the connections up. And that's got to go on the cables before I make the solder. I got to find it real quick because I don't know. It should be right here on my desk. Give me a minute to clean up just a little bit. I got to clean some of this shit up because I got so much shit spread out. Let me pick my shit up, get some stuff out of the way. I'm not finding that piece that I need. Crap. So I can't quite finish that up until I find that piece. Oh, there it is. I just found it. Right there. So this doesn't matter which way it goes. It fits on either which way. It doesn't matter. You just got to make sure you get it on there. Because if you don't, you're fucked. I mean, you're not fucked, but they'll have exposed. Your leads, your contacts will be exposed. These will be exposed. You don't want that. So that's the battery side. That's the quad side. Okay. That's the negative side. And that's the positive side. Just want to be positive, you know. Now I can't remember how the fuck I did this the other night. Get everything just hot enough, and then motherfuckers will push right in. I might have to take those. I might have to take that standoff back off to have some room to work, which means the VTX plug has to come undone. That should give me enough workspace. Okay, that'll work. Alrighty, here goes. Almost. Positive, positive. I'm going to be positive. Quad side, battery side. Okay. Told you I would check this several times to be sure. This is going to get so hot. I don't even know if I'll be able to. This plastic connector will get so freaking hot. That's what you want. Nice and flow. Okay. I'll have to do this one left-handed. But it did work. It went right in, no problem. The heat transferred awesomely. It was instant almost. Well, not instant, but pretty damn quick. That's beautiful. Let me inspect it a little bit better. That is a really super solid connection. I'm happy with that. Now I will, before anything, I keep my multimeter right there hanging on the wall. And I hang my Dremel right here. But I just keep the multimeter hanging on the wall and use it right there where I can see it. So what we're going to do is a final continuity check between the battery leads. We're going to do it here on the pins. No continuity. I know if we had continuity, this is stupid, but I'm just, you know, it's just, we're good. Now I'll go down to the battery pads again. We're good. And okay, that was I was checking for continuity there. That was ground to ground. I checked the ground pad to a ground pad up top on the FC, ground pad from the ESC, from the battery to the ground pad up top. I don't know, didn't really have to, but I did. It was just, put that on. Now we put this back on. Make sure my crossfire, I don't know how this buzzer is going to do. It's kind of that ain't going to work. That is not going to work. I got to change out the double-sided tape on the buzzer. I think there was goo or something on the buzzer when I stuck the tape to it. For some reason, it doesn't want to stick very well. And this is some really good shit. So it's got to be something I did. What I will do to rectify that is a little bit of alcohol. And we'll wipe the carbon and the battery, the buzzer battery. And we'll slap another piece of double-sided tape on there. You better not finish those, little girl. You hear me? Do you hear me? Audrey May? I know she can hear me because I can hear her. Little shit. Yeah, I know, man. And see, you said I'm reading your comment about Mr. Steel crashes. Do you put heat shrink in there? I have. It's not really necessary. I rotate them so they hook up. What do you rotate? I keep forgetting to keep up with the chat, so some of your comments, when I go back and read them, I'm like, but I know Mr. Steel crashes, and when I watch Mr. Steel fly, I'm like, you know, he's pretty cool, and he's good, but he's not that good. The thing of it is, I started in this hobby before Mr. Steel did. Thing of it is, though, I didn't stick with it. I built 3 quads. I flew them for a while, and then you know, I put them away because of life, but I still had them. I pulled them back out one time. I flew them. I put them back, and then they burnt. I lost them in a house fire. I wish I still had them because they're old. I built them back in 2014, and when they were old, and they were fucking cool, or at least back then. But it would still be cool to have them today. But yeah, when I first started, and I'd watched all these people fly, and you see how well they fly, but you don't ever see them crash because they edit that shit out. And it's like, man, I wish I could fly that good. But then when they show them actually crashing, when you see that a pro actually crashes just like you do, it makes you feel a little bit better. It does me. It makes me feel like, okay, these guys aren't just so perfect that they never crash. They do crash. They just always edit that shit out. So I always had this impression like, okay, these guys are just so good that they don't crash and stuff, and that's just not the case. They just edit that shit out and pretend like it doesn't happen. I guess the other one wobbles a little bit too. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad then. It was included with a zip tie, but there's no way to really get a zip tie around it. Yeah, there is. Yes, there is. I can get 2. No, I can't. Yes, I can. I don't really like. Let me see what it looks like. I might be able to get a zip tie around it and stabilize it a little bit better. Yeah. Oh, you rotate the pins of the battery connector so they're up. You said never mind. Well, they're up. they will be. I'm going to bring them out the side and attach them to the standoff there, and it'll come out just like that. See? They're up. A lot of guys like to come out the side. A lot of guys put their shit in backwards and bring their battery leads up here. But you know, that's just more work, I guess, depending on how you look at it. But there's goo all over the wires. Well, dude, the other night we did this, and we were online for 6 hours, and never even got the. We didn't get this far today in 6 hours. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it just depends, man. It depends on what angle works best for you, and because of how short they were and everything, that was the angle that worked. Now, motherfucker. So my zip tie moved that I had in place for the battery wires, and I gotta pull it through. There we go. No big deal. Got it. Now it's got to go around the battery cables. So the battery cable got to come over here. There we go. Now, I was about to fuck up. Jesus Christ. All right, there we go. Push those down. Tighten that up. Can't be in front of the... All right, man. You know what we're about ready to do? Okay, now I got to plug in the VTX and put an antenna on it. All right, dude. You know what that is, right? If you don't, that's a short stopper, the V-Fly short stopper. If you don't have one, I recommend you getting one. I recommend you getting this one. There's a couple others out there. This is 1 and 2 amp selectable, so you can change the amp. Sometimes when you plug in, your components will draw just a little bit more amperage than what this is set up to do, and it'll trip it like it's been shorted. And then you don't know, well, do I have a short? And I've had that happen to me a few times. It was the first time it happened to me, I was freaking out. I'm like, what the fuck? And then finally I was like, you know what? Let me try something. I pulled it off, plugged the battery in, and went do-do-do. I had all my beeps. I had everything. And it was, I think it was my VTX. It was a TBS Pro Unifier or some shit like that. Unify Pro 32 high voltage or some shit. And it was pulling too much amperage. And it made it disconnect. Or it made it, act like it had a short. Did you hear the beeper initialize? The boop, boop, boop. Now, when I unplug this, it's going to start going crazy. That MCU light isn't on either, so I don't know what that is. But at any rate, I'm going to unplug. Now that beeper is going to start. That's what it does. And then it'll get real loud. Three seconds. You heard the doot, doot, doot. It's disabled. Now it won't go off. So, and there's 2 ways you can do that. So I've already plugged in with the short stopper and we're good. Smoke stopper, I'm sorry. Now I'll disconnect. Now the beeper's activated. It's going to start to go off. I already showed you the button method to stop it. Press the button, hold it for 3 seconds. Same thing. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000. Now it's deactivated. Well, dude, Taco, I am so glad you hung out with me, man. You seem like a pretty cool guy. The antenna's right here, buddy. It was on. It's connected. Anyways, man, I really appreciate you hanging out with me. I don't even know who you are, and you stuck through this with me more than anybody that I do know, and that kind of says a lot. So, man, I appreciate you hanging out with me. Hold on a second. I gotta fix this. I'll switch it around. I'll talk to you for a minute. So, yeah. I've let a lot of people know in the groups that I'm with, that I talk to every day, and they're all like, yeah, we'll come watch. Even some of my friends that aren't in the club will be like, yeah, I'll watch. And whether or not they came, I don't know. I know some of them did because they told me they came in, but I know that based on the analytics, nobody was in here for more than 25 minutes. Thank you. Again, I don't know. I have thought about maybe even trying to do some sort of tutorials. Maybe. Again, I do want to build a long range quad, so I do want to. I'll do another build video and I'll live stream it because this is fun. I mean, I like it, and it's cool that some of you guys will come hang out. I appreciate it. Again, this is not monetized. This is just purely for whatever it is. So, Man, I don't know what else to do. I could bind it. I'm not going to mess with anything right now. I'm done. The build's done. I'll do the binding. I'll try to bind it. Well, I might try to bind it here after I get off. Well, fuck it. You want to stick around? I have a Tyrannus X90 Plus, all dressed out. I broke a damn switch off the other day. I crashed into myself. Can you believe it? And it's got crossfire. And I use mostly crossfire. I have, like I said, 2 quads that have RXSRs on them. Are you leaving? Do you need to go? Yeah, dude, I'll do that. If you got to go, man, I'll bind this up later. No big deal. It's not like I'm doing a tutorial or anything. So yeah, cool, man. Do I look for you as Taco on Facebook? Taco 007? Here, I have Facebook right here. I type in Taco and Bell comes up. How do I look for you on Facebook? Are you in, what groups are you in? Are you in FPV Builder? I think you said last night you saw my post on FPV Builders. Yeah, man, I'll go ahead. You go to bed, man. I don't need to bind it right now. Like I said, I still got to do the configuration for it, and I think I'll do another video for that Wednesday, or not a video, but live stream. That shouldn't take too long. It takes maybe, I don't know, 30 minutes or so to set it up. So I'll go ahead and bind it like, here in a little bit. You can go ahead and get off here. I'll go ahead and get off here. I'm kind of hungry, and I'll take a little break, and then I'll probably bind this up because I got to stay awake until about 7 o'clock in the morning before I go to bed. 8 o'clock. So yeah, man. Thanks. Have a good one, man. Okay, dude. I'm looking for you right now. Have a good night, Taco. Wait, Joso? Joso? I don't know how do you pronounce that? Is that I know a J in Spanish is an H sound. So I'm inclined to say Hozo. Perezgro. Gross. God dang it. Is that you? All right. So it's Hozo. Hozo Perezgrovas. Perezgrovas. I can roll my R's. I can speak poquito Spanish. Poquito Espanol. Just to double check. That's you, right? before I send the friend request, I want to make sure that's you. Yeah, that yes is for yes, or yes that I was pronouncing it right. Which is it? All right, man. I sent the friend request. So, all right, I'm going to shut her down. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you'll come back and watch the configuration, and I hope you'll come back and watch the long range build. All right, take it easy, man. Thanks. Have a good night, dude. It's been a pleasure. Wait a minute. You're Jose Miguel? Yes, it's Jose. So wait a minute. I'm confused. I think I just sent a friend request to the wrong guy. Oh, oh, that's it. I got the right one. All right, man. All right, dude. All right, cool. I'll uh, I'll see you later, man. Have a good night. Go get some sleep. I'll see you on the next one. Later.